Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating karapatan.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
Dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
Pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
Pamilya ang panalo.
Ang COVID-19 ay panibagong kontrabida sa buhay nating mga Pilipino.
Habang unti-unti tayong bumabangon muli, patuloy ang laban natin dito.
Para matalo natin ang kontrabida, we can be the solution.
Kaya mong maging bida, basta susundin ito.
B. Bawal walang mask.
I. Sanitize sa mga kamay. Iwas hawak sa mga bagay.
D. Dumistansya ng 1 metro.
A. Alamin ang totoong impormasyon tungkol sa COVID-19.
Protektahan natin ang sarili at mga mahal sa buhay.
BIDA, be the solution sa COVID-19.
Hello po, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po si Alden Richards. Mag-share lang po ako sa inyo ng konting insight tungkol po dito sa Be the Solution campaign. Kasi marami pong nagtatanong sa akin na bakit daw po ako pumayag na maging Be the Champion. Siyempre, ang sagot ko lang naman po doon bakit hindi? Kasi ako po, naniniwala po ako na lahat po tayo ay may importanteng role na ginagampanan para masugpo po natin at malabanan natin ang COVID-19. Maging isa ka mang tricycle driver, isang guro, isang dakilang ina, or maging isang artista kagaya ko po. Meron po tayong magagawa para malabanan natin to. Kaya po nung tinanong po ako kung pwede po ba akong maging muka ng Be the Solution para sa COVID-19, hindi po ako nagdalawang isip na tanggapin to kasi gusto ko pong tumulong sa ating bansa. Gusto ko pong tumulong sa mga kababayan natin na apektuhan itong pandemya. At gusto ko po sanang gamitin yung influensya po na meron ako para maengganyo po yung bawat isa sa atin na magkaisa para matuldukan na po natin yung COVID-19.
Kahit sino ay pwedeng maging isang bida. Kung ikaw man ay nasa biyahe, pwede kang maging isang bida commuter. Upang matulungan ang ating mga bida commuter, narito ang panibagong train wrap ng LRTA. Ito ay magsisilbing palaala sa loob man o labas ng ating tahanan. Magagawa natin ang BIDA measures. Malaki ang ginagampan ng papel ng LRTA sa araw-araw na pamumuhay ng mga bida commuter.
Kaya naman, mahigpit na sinisiguro ng DOTR na nasusunod ang BIDA sa LRTA. Papasuot ng face mask at face shield sa mga commuter na sumasakay sa tren. Naglilinis at nagdidisinfect araw-araw ng mga tren, lalo na yung mga bagay na madalas hawakan. Nagpalagay rin kami ng social distancing marks sa loob ng LRT.
Walang oras na hindi namin isinasaisip ang inyong kaligtasan. Kasama niyo po kami sa kagawaran ng kalusugan sa pagsugpo ng COVID-19. Nais po namin pasalamatan ang ating mga transportation workers, ang mga security guards, at syempre ang ating mga bida commuters sa patuloy niyong pagsunod at pagsasagawa ng bida measures sa ating transportation industry. Tandaan, lahat po tayo kayang maging bida. Together, we can be the solution sa COVID-19.
Safety ng health worker, safety nating lahat.
If you're in doubt of your health status, please isolate.
If you have symptoms, contact your barangay health emergency response team.
May nararamdaman po kayong sintomas, huwag po kayo mag-atubili na tumawag or kontakin ang barangay health emergency response team.
Please stay at home as we continue to protect you. Please stay at home as we continue to protect you.
Let us be the solution sa COVID-19.
Let's be the solution to COVID-19.
Let us all build a solution sa COVID-19.
Bigyang suporta ang ating healthcare workers. And let's be the solution sa COVID-19.
Paano maghugas ng kamay ang isang bida? Gumamit ng sabon na tubig for at least 20 seconds. Basain ng tubig ang mga kamay at maglagay ng sabon. Sabunin ang mga palad. Kuskusin ang pagitan ng mga daliri. Sabunin ang likod ng mga kamay. Sabunin ng paikot ang bawat daliri. Kuskusin ng paikot ang dulo ng mga daliri sa magkabilang palad. Kuskusin ang mga kuko. Sabunin ng paikot ang wrist o pulsuhan. Banlawang mabuti ang mga kamay sa malinis na tubig at patuyuin. Nasa kamay mo ang solusyon. Let's be the solution sa COVID-19.
Welcome to the FDCP National Registry website. This website was made for the benefit of film and audiovisual workers to make it easy to access information such as benefits, available training courses, and updates in the industry. It also serves as a listing for the registered NR members of the film and audiovisual industry. In this website, you'll be able to access a full list of film workers, film companies for production and post-production, partner organizations, and other industry contacts duly registered by the Film Development Council of the Philippines. To access the NR website, go to nationalregistry.fdcp.ph. You'll come to the homepage of the FDCP National Registry, designed for easy browsing via your desktop or laptop computers or tablets. From here, it lets you access the registry, which is the official public database of NR, the FAQ page, and the contact page. On the top menu, the first things you'll notice are the shortcuts to the NR registration forms. These forms allow you to easily register in NR and be included in the registry's public database. Scrolling down brings you to the News and Updates feed. This section shows featured news, agency events, and workshops available to NR members. This long bar is a shortcut to the registry or the public database, and the bottom part shows you the available FDCP programs and government social services accessible to members of the FDCP National Registry. Now let's go to the most important feature, which is the sign-up form. If you are a film or audiovisual worker, or a representative of a company or an organization or festival, or a member of the press, you can instantly sign up by clicking on any of the shortcuts on the homepage, or by clicking the Sign Up link. For film or audiovisual workers, click on the NR for Audiovisual Workers or NRAW. For companies, click on National Registry for Companies or NRC. For organizations, guilds, and associations, click on NROA. If you are organizing events and festivals, click on the National Registry for Events and Festivals or NREF. If you're an entertainment journalist, click on the National Registry for Entertainment Press or NREP. For now, let's click on NRAW and go through the web form sign-up. Once you are done signing up, you will receive an email notification confirming your submission. It will take a few days for the NR team to evaluate your application and send you a notice of confirmation. Once your application is approved, you will receive another email notification confirming the approval. You will be assigned a unique identification number. This will also serve as your login ID on the website. From there, you will be asked to click on a link to reset your password. After that, you may continue to log in to the website and update your profile through your profile builder. To access the registry or public database of members, click on Database. From there, you will see a full list of registered members, companies, organizations, and others. You may navigate by clicking on the category tabs. You may also save some of the search results on a list. New features may be added to the National Registry website as weeks go by, so please visit us often at nationalregistry.ftcp.ph. Sign up and register in the FTCP National Registry and be part of the action.
Welcome to the Philippine Film Archive website. Feel free to look around and check what the Film Archive of the country has been up to as of now. Here's a short tour of the website. Hovering your cursor on the About tab will offer you more information about PFA. What's On will give you options to check the various events and activities that the PFA is involved in. The Collection tab shows cataloged film and other related matters. Then there's also the Cinematheque, Media Library, Services, and the Contact Us tab. Going to About will introduce you to the Film Development Council of the Philippines, which the PFA is under of. The mission and vision, the things we do, and other details that might surprise your interest. In Collection, get to know more about what's safely kept in the archive, the guidelines on film deposits, and we look forward to donations. Going to Catalog under Collection, you can search for films. Searching can also be sorted out by type, genre, or even by year. Typing for a particular title can be done here. Select among the results and find more details. Still under Collection, let's go to Non-Film. You can check out the various categories under Non-Film Collection, such as posters, tools and equipment, books and journals, and others. For now, here are some of the tools and equipment, some of it we still use at the Film Archive. Going to the Media Library tab, visitors can go around and view clips from different films, sort them through types, genres, and also by year. You can also type in the specific title you are looking for, then click on the search result and view the clips available. Those interested may also submit a viewing request here and fill out the necessary details. The viewing, though, can only be done within the PFA premises. Down here, visitors can submit the review on films, which we highly encourage. With the Services tab, you can choose various assistance and services that the PFA offers. Hovering your cursor on each one shows details and the particular services cost, though mostly are free except scanning and requesting of clips of footages. Those require a bit of resources, and the fees would help in maintaining these offered services. Further down to other services offered, there's film screening, which also has a minimal fee. Digital transfers from tapes to hard disk drives that the client will provide, screener request where the client should first secure approval from owner of the requested film, and lastly, the Intellectual Property Protection Program, which assists on reporting films being misused illegally. For other services which the client might have in mind, they may submit an online inquiry by filling up the form here. In the Contact Us tab, above the contact number, email address, and the office hours, is a map which conveniently indicates where FTCP and PFA can be located within Manila. Online inquiries may also be filled up here.
It's more fun in the Philippines. And in celebration of the 100 years of the Philippine cinema, the Department of Tourism and Film Development Council of the Philippines have teamed up to make it more fun to film in the Philippines. We have come up with a financial incentive to optimize the potential of a film project, whether it's undergoing pre-production, production, or post-production phase. The program shall offer 2 incentive options for foreign producers, provided that they work with duly registered Philippines-based line producers or co-producers. These are the Film Location Incentive Program, or FLIP, where feature films in any genre, television series, and web content may be applied for, and the International Co-Production Fund, or ICOF, applicable for feature films in any format, live action, documentary, or animation. To qualify for FLIP, production cost in the Philippines must be at least 8 million pesos. Upon approval, as much as 10 million pesos cash rebate may be availed. To qualify for ICOF, 5 million pesos is the minimum spend to receive as much as 10 million pesos in grant. Be part of the 7,641 Islands of Fun. Let's create together.
Ako si Esther, isa ka Iloy, asawa, kag babaye.
Lupalop ng Pilipinas pupunta.
We're going to London! Magkita nga tayo. Pwede ka tayo natin.
Handa akong magpakabaliw. Hindi lang pala isang lalaki ang inuuhang ko.
Kung ikaw si C, sino si M?
Ba lalaki pinalit mo sa akin?
Gusto mo ba talaga malaman?
Chota ko yun! Chota ko yun!
Marry me. I don't have a ring.
Napakaliit na lugar para hindi natin makita ang isa't isa.
10 minutes po, best effort po.
Mukhang familiar ang face mo. Nagkakilala na ba tayo dati?
Baka alam ko kung saan yung hinahanap mo.
tayo sa isang nagliliyab na episode ng Ready na ba kayo sa isang sagupan?
I would like to call on myself. Pilar, hindi ko alam pero parang may nararamdaman ata ako sa iyo eh.
Hirap ka. Sige pa. Hirap ka na magtrabaho.
Hirap po. Sa totoo lang.
Martin, kagabi may iilang residente nakasaksi ng UFO di umano sa may Kawayan, Bulacan. Ano masasabi mo kung totoo nga may alien na nakarating dito sa ating daigdig?
Hoy! Bata! Bumalik ka dito!
Narito nga po tayo ngayon sa poblasyon kung saan kitang-kita natin ang pinsalang dulot ni Bagyong Trudy.
Welcome! Salamat.
I always had this dream that someday I'll go somewhere, make life better.
Mystic, nandito tayo ngayon sa Pampanga.
Indonesia, to the Philippines. I've been working in Hong Kong for 22 years.
26 years.
37 years.
Layong isla. Sige.
Ito yung na mo nagtago para di makita sa tayo.
Promise ako yun. Nasa TV ako, pre. Nasa TV ako.
The Film Development Council of the Philippines, through its program Safe Filming, is organizing a Safety and Health Orientation Webinar, or SHOW, a 3-hour online discussion that features insights from well-known safety and health experts. As the industry resumes to conduct audiovisual activities, SHOW aims to educate and give emphasis on the importance of safety and health protocols for the audiovisual industry. Today, we will be discussing the roles of occupational safety and health or OSH officers during production shoots. Joining us today as our moderator is a well-known stage thespian, director, technical director, and safety officer for theater plays and events. He was a technical director and director for The Quest for the Adarna under Repertory Philippines, which bagged an award in the recent Gawad Buhay Award 2020 for Best Children's Production. He also played the role of Arturo Banlao in the hit original Filipino musical play Ang Huling El Bimbo the Musical under Full House Theater Company and Resorts World Manila. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our moderator for today's webinar, Mr. Jamie Wilson.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Safety and Health Orientation Webinar or show under the Film Development Council of the Philippines Safe Filming Program. I am Jamie Wilson. I'll be your moderator for today's webinar, and it's a very exciting show we have for you today, where we'll be discussing the roles of the Occupational Safety and Health or OSH officers during the production shoots. Alam naman natin, now that we're resuming going back to work in our audiovisual activities, safety has become a top priority. And it's amazing that we have now several initiatives ongoing under the FDCP banner that are doing our best to make sure that you return to work safely. And today we have a lot of panelists who are experts in the field to share their insights, their experiences, and their expertise with us today. But before we go on to that, and to give us more about the Safe Filming Program, let us please all welcome the chairperson and the CEO of the Film Development Council of the Philippines, Ms. Lisa Dino.
Thank you, Jamie. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. I know maulan, pero buti na lang nandito po tayo in the comfort of our homes para magsama-sama para dito sa ating Safety and Health Orientation webinar. My name is Lisa Dino Sigera. I am the chairperson of the Film Development Council of the Philippines at nagpapasalamat ako dahil sa mga panelists natin nakasama ngayon na magbibigay sa atin ng guidance at enlightenment sa importansya at ang role na ginagampanan ng mga safety and health officers sa isang production shoot. Ang Safety and Health Orientation webinar ay binuo ng FTCP in July to help our workers and our production companies understand better the guidelines that are set by our government agencies so that we can safely resume production shoots. In April hanggang May, the FTCP conducted several consultations with our stakeholders in order to understand how we can all resume and go back to work safely. Actually, ang ating industriya ang isa sa mga unang pinayagan na mag-resume or mag-shoot ulit or bumalik sa trabaho. And napakalaking bagay yon para sa atin dahil tayo ang isa sa mga pinakatalagang tinamaan nitong pandemya. In July 7, the FDCP sought for support and help from our line agencies, like the Department of Health and the Department of Labor and Employment, to issue the Joint Administrative Order 001, and it's more known as the JAO. So while it was met with mixed reactions, siguro dahil nga nanggaling tayo sa industriya na talagang wala talaga tayong regulations. Hindi tayo sanay na meron tayong mga regulations na sinusunod, even if we are actually covered by RA 11058, which is otherwise known as the OSH law. But if there's one thing that this pandemic did to us, it's really how everyone started to prioritize safety and health, not just sa production shoots, but understanding and really protecting the welfare of our workers. The FDCP's goal is to really assist production companies to resume work safely. And in fact, in the last months that we have launched and released together with DOH and DOLE, the JAO, marami po tayong natulungang mga production companies at mga productions para makapag-resume ng kanilang mga shoots. Kung alam po ninyo, itong Miss Universe na ginagawa po sa Baguio, FDCP assisted the production in partnership with the local government. Medyo malaki po at mas malaki po sa binigay na standards at minimum ang ating ang ginawang conduct ng production ng Miss Universe, pero dahil sa pakikipagtulungan ng FDCP sa mga iba't ibang ahensya at saka sa ating local government at sa full support ng Baguio local government in order for them also to help na boost tourism at tulungan ng kanilang city na maghikayat ulit ng mga productions at para mag-shoot sa kanilang lugar. We were able to safely assist yung mga ganitong klaseng production. So this is what the FDCP does. We are here to help you work with various local government units, with government agencies. In fact, meron na po tayong 285 productions na nakapag-register sa FDCP at nabigyan natin ng endorsement. Sometimes yung mga shoot nila nasa ibang lugar, they go all the way to Batangas, they go all the way to other outside Metro Manila, and because nag-relax na rin po ang mga quarantine conditions ng iba't ibang lugar, nakapag-issue tayo ng endorsement para magamit nila as travel pass. So this is what the FDCP does. Hindi po kami this is the first time that we're actually doing this live. Marami na po kaming ginawang show or the safety and health orientation webinar, but normally it's within the participants. So now this is live. Maybe this is a chance to also clarify some of the things na medyo hindi po naintindihan ng ating mga stakeholders. So yun po, hindi po tayo nagre-record ng scripts, hindi rin po tayo nagre-record ng budgets. It's really just to understand how we can help you safely conduct your production shoots. And to further support and to further help our productions, meron po kaming ginawang website. Ito po ay ang safefilming.ph. This is a global resource website where you can find lahat po ng mga latest issuances na nanggagaling sa iba't ibang ahensya ng gobyerno. Meron po tayong manuals, meron po tayong posters, meron po tayong signages, anything that can help you understand better how you can conduct your shoots safely. Naiintindihan po namin na ang bawat isang production ay very unique. No, may kanya-kanya po tayong risks na involved at yan po talaga ang pag-uusapan ngayon dahil ang presensya ng isang safety and health officer will spell the difference between danger and safety. Life and death even. Because alam naman po natin na napaka-delikado pa rin po. Meron pa rin po tayong virus around us. And this is what they do. They really help us be more creative kasi sila na yung nag-iisip ng safety natin. Before I close this speech or this opening remarks, I'd like to share with you, aside from the safefilming.ph website, where you can check all the latest government issuances, meron din po kaming ni-launch na 2 programa at ngayon po ay officially namin siyang i-announce at magiging available po para sa ating mga production companies. Number 1 is our Safe Filming Kit Project. So ito pong Safe Filming Kit Project is available to our production companies na kailangan ng mga safe filming ng mga ang tawag na mga equipment, mga PPEs para sa kanilang mga productions, especially yung mga small productions na walang pera para sa health and safety protocols. So we will provide a safe filming kit consisting of 1 to 2 boxes of surgical masks, 50 face shields, meron po yung 1 galon ng alcohol, foot bath mats, thermoscanner, and disinfectant para po maasistahan kayo kahit papaano para po sa mga shoot ninyo. Meron din po kaming ni-launch na OSH Officer Scholarship Program. This is a free scholarship program for SO2 for those who are for production companies na wala pang mga safety officers. Alam ko po na we were made aware na kahit na meron po tayong Oslo, meron pa rin po mga production companies na talagang wala pang resident OSH officers. So kayo po yung ipaprioritize namin. This is happening from November 9 to 13, 25 participants po ang pwedeng if you're interested to be one of our scholars, you can just apply to us. Meron po silang ibibigay na instructions kung paano po kayo makakapag-apply. At hindi lang po ito one time. We plan to do this hopefully every quarter or every month kung ano po yung nakikita nating need. But the FDCP is here to really provide support for you. And today, please ask away. Ask the questions you want to know, to understand how you can have a safe and healthy set. Ang mga experts po natin, nagpapasalamat po ako to Sir Rico Santiago, Mr. Martin Aguda, Mr. Jeffrey Santos. Of course, from OSH, we have Mr. Dennis Aquino. And of course, Jamie, thank you so much for moderating this afternoon session. Thank you so much and enjoy. Happy safe filming.
Hi, thank you so much for that, Chair Lisa. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm very excited because I heard that we have a lot of attendees for today. So nakakatuwa lang talaga yung feeling na everybody's thinking about safety and they're very curious kung paano rin nila ito magagawa sa mga sets nila.
It's so much fun. I'd like to shout out to everybody now because this is the first time we're doing the safety and health orientation webinar or the show live and online. We're live on Facebook now. We're live on YouTube now. We're live in a Zoom call. So shout out. Thank you so much to the attendees. Chair Lisa, you have so many programs going on in the FDCP. When do you have time to sleep?
I don't know.
Because you're coming from the 100 years celebration. You are launching so many programs. Personally, I would like to thank you so much for all these initiatives and for your hard work and your dedication in making sure that not only our films are preserved, our new films can be shot, but also now during this pandemic, during this crisis, it's so important that your initiative is actually helping us resume all our audiovisual activities in a safe way. And I think this scholarship for the SO2 is going to be super fantastic. What made you think of the SO2 program?
Because we're still going, we're still holding consultation, and actually yung mga taga-regions, talagang isa sa mga problema nila yon, while they want to support, while they want to comply with the requirements right now, wala silang budget para mag-train ng safety officers, or yung iba, wala silang access masyado pagdating sa probinsya. So ito rin yung siguro isa sa mga pwedeng pag-usapan mamaya with Dole para mabigyan natin ng linaw kung saan pwedeng mag-train yung mga, now that we have this online, that's great, pero yung mga iba talaga sa province, parang hindi nila alam kung saan sila mag-train. So this is what FDCP, we come up with interventions to really bridge that gap and get everyone to prioritize safety sa kanilang mga productions.
All right, thank you, Chair Lisa. And we've got a whole bunch of really amazing panelists today. And of course, since you mentioned the DOLE, or the Department of Labor and Employment, we have a representative today. He's an engineer under the Safety Control Division of the Occupational Safety and Health Center, or the OSHC. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Engineer Dennis Aquino. Hello, Sir Dennis. Kamusta po tayo dyan?
Good afternoon po.
Maraming salamat po for making the time this afternoon.
Sa mga participant natin, sana may matutunan kayo. And I encourage din na magtanong sila para maibigay yung ano yung ginagawa ng gobyerno para matulungan ang ating industry, mga industry. Okay, so basically, I know I have time for the presentation, but I encourage them to ask questions.
Yes, today is the day to ask your questions because we have some amazing panelists. Thank you so much for making the time today, Sir Dennis Aquino. And of course, we have another panelist. Our third panelist is a safety, security, emergency, and crisis management professional. He has extensive experience in corporate safety and emergency management, being the Assistant Vice President of the Safety and Events Risk Management Department of ABS-CBN Corporation from 2006 to 2014. He's also a consultant for various national and international events. He is a subject matter expert for events risk management to the security and safety industry. He is also a director of the Safety Organization of the Philippines, or the SOPI, and chairman of the Disaster Resilience Division. He has also authored a book. It's called Ready 101, A Guide to Urban Preparedness and Response. Recently, he also established the Safety Project, PH, to advocate safety, health, and resilience amidst the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome Mr. Martin Aguda Jr. Hello,
Hi,
Sir
Jamie. Thank you
Martin.
very much. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, Chair Lisa. Thank you for having me here, and to my co-panelists. I'm excited to do my presentation later as I share my insights personally from my experience and vast trainings that we had in the past.
We're also excited to hear about your wealth of experience, and possibly if you could tell us also where we can get your book, Ready 101, later on. I would be very interested in reading that as well. Thank you so much for taking the time to spend with us to share your expertise and your insights also. Thank you so much, Sir Martin, and we'll be hearing from you later. Let me introduce our next panelist. Our next panelist is the founder and president of the National Live Events Safety Association. He is a pioneer in his field and one of the most sought after safety officers for live events. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rico Santiago. Hi, Rico.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hey, Jamie, how are you? Here we go again. Good afternoon,
Here we
everyone.
go
Thank you,
again.
Chair
But this
Lisa, for
time
having me again. There's
this
more of
time we're
us.
live on Facebook
Yeah.
na.
Oui. Yeah. So,
So
yeah,
how are
please
you
ask
today,
questions.
Rico?
I'm
Yeah. I
good.
mean, I can't
I'm
wait.
good.
I can't wait to hear
Yeah.
all the questions that are going to be coming in, because we have a lot more people. Because, ladies and gentlemen, we've been doing these webinars since July, I believe, with Rico. And we have a
Yeah.
lot more participants today because we're live on Facebook, on YouTube, and as well as the participants in the Zoom call. So, Rico, handa ka na ba sa mga questions na tatanungin nila mamaya?
Yeah, let's bring it on.
All
Bring it
right,
on.
bring it
Sige.
on. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Rico Santiago. And of course, last but not least, I would like to introduce an American Safety and Health Institute Emergency Medical Response Level 7 instructor. And of course, he is very well respected and very much an in demand safety officer for local and international production shoots. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jeffrey Santos. Oh, wait, okay. So Jeffrey is going to be connecting later on, and well, he's going to be part of our panel. We're going to have an amazing panel. As you can see, we have experts in their field who are not only enjoying a lot of certifications under their name, but they also have a wealth of experience, and that's something that we're going to be touching on upon later on in the program, where we're going to be taking your questions and answers. Some of them have presentations to share with you, but more importantly, they have years and years of experience in the safety industry, which I think, because of their insights and because of their expertise and because of their years of experience, it's going to be very, very informative today. It's going to be very exciting because depending on that we have today, it's going to be exciting to hear the answers. And also, I cannot stress how important it is that safety is now a priority. And that is not only the safety officer's job, although we're going to be here to be discussing the roles of the safety officers in our shoots and in our audiovisual activities, but it's also a responsibility that each and every one of us must undertake. Because kahit na anong gawin ng safety officer natin, kailangan nila ng cooperation ng lahat ng mga tao sa mga shoot. Sa lahat ng mga tao involved, whether you be in production management, whether you are in catering, whether you are the talents, we all need your cooperation so that not only can we be able to conduct our shoot safely, pero para rin makauwi tayo at safe tayo at virus-free tayo. And of course, we can come home and come home back to our families and to our loved ones after doing the work we love. And it's so important that the stress on safety is has become a priority, and of course the FTCP under the Safe Filming program has put together a safety and health orientation webinar that we are going to be presenting to you now. So let's move on. Okay, so Jeffrey's here. So Jeffrey, let's get you on, and just to say hello, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jeffrey Santos. Hi, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you could hear me, but hi. Okay. I'll be looking forward to the questions later. Medyo I'm outlined right
Okay.
now, kaya medyo ano ako ngayon, full protection ako ngayon.
Okay, Sir Jeff, we'll hear from you later.
I'll
Thank
be
you so
listening in.
much for joining us. Okay, yes, sir. Oh, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that was Jeffrey Santos. He's out in the field right now, obviously, as you can tell, because he's in full PPEs. He's wearing his face shield and his face mask. He's probably in training right now. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate our resident panelists. Even if they're out in the field, they make the time to lend their expertise and their experience with us on this show. So let's get on with the show. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be presenting to you the Safety and Health Orientation webinar under the Safe Filming program of the Film Development Council of the Philippines. Here we go. Next slide, please. Okay, so let's discuss the JAO. What is the FDCP DOH DOLE Joint Administrative Order, or the JAO number 2020-001? Now, on June 7, 2020, the Department of Health, or the DOH, the Department of Labor and Employment, or the DOLE, and the Film Development Council of the Philippines, or the FDCP, released the Joint Administrative Order, or the JAO, number 2020-001, on the health and safety protocols for the conduct of film and audiovisual production shoots and audiovisual activities during the COVID-19 pandemic. The JAO is a tripartite government issuance that sets the minimum public health and safety standards that production shoots must abide by in order to ensure that all film and audiovisual content workers are protected as operations resume during the pandemic. As line agencies that cover all sectors, the DOH and the DOLE cooperated with the FDCP, which served as a participating agency in providing context, inputs, and recommendations on the health and safety guidelines governing film and audiovisual production activities. So, nag-get together yung DOH, ang DOLE, tsaka yung FDCP. And the FDCP has served as the agency to provide them ano yung mga detalye na kailangan natin for safety officers sa mga shoots natin. How do we conduct our specific industry, which is the film and audiovisual industry? How do we conduct our activities safely? Sila po ang nagbigay ng context at ng mga detalye para i-inform ang DOH and DOLE ano yung mga specific na needs natin sa audiovisual industry. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, the objective of the Joint Administrative Order is to provide guidance to all companies and workers for the resumption of production of film and the audiovisual content and other audiovisual activities following the established minimum public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation with various levels of community quarantine. It also prescribes the necessary prevention, detection, and rapid response measures to be implemented while maintaining business continuity across the film and audiovisual sector. Now, it is important to note that this manual is a living document and has been developed to support and assist in eliminating or minimizing the exposure of all personnel to COVID-19 while working on your production or your project. This document will continue to evolve based on the most recent evidence, and users are advised, of course, to check the official channels of the FTCP, the DOLE, and the DOH, and other government agencies for up-to-date information. You can also visit the www.safefilming.ph for the most updated and full content of the JAO annexes, which are the basis of this manual. Now, I would like to stress two things here. Now, nakasulat po dito, minimum public health standards ang ina-underline ng Joint Administrative Order. Minimum. So, hindi tayo pwedeng bumaba sa minimum health standards. Pero we can always increase the levels for our own safety as we conduct our projects. Now, the second point I would like to put in here is that ano po ang living document? Itong manual po natin, ang Joint Administrative Order, was created so that we can keep on adding and building onto the JAO and all its annexes so that when we are out in the field and we are developing, syempre, experience yan natin, once we are developing best practices, pwede nating i-share at pwede nating i-include sa JAO because all these best practices and actual real field experience sa mga safety officers natin at sa mga nag-shoot na ngayon, we can contribute to this joint administrative order so that it can grow and it can evolve and with the expressed purpose that all of us will be safer as we resume our work. Yan po ang ibig sabihin ng living document ng JAO. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, ano po yung scope and coverage ng Joint Administrative Order? These guidelines cover the following sectors: all film and audiovisual companies, all film and audiovisual workers, including but not limited to employees, regardless of employment status, and independent contractors or freelancers. This also includes all forms of film and audiovisual content, including but not limited to motion pictures, film, television, animation, advertising, and other audiovisual content. This includes also all production stages from pre-production, production of or principal photography, and post-production. All venues also are included, all venues of production, including on location, inside studios, inside the workplace, in production sites, and in post-production facilities, and all other venues. And it also includes all others concerned with the conduct of film and audiovisual production shoots in all stages. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, ano po ang mga roles and responsibilities? Nakadetalye po dito. Ngayon, ang roles and responsibilities ng Film Development Council of the Philippines. Now, the FDCP shall monitor the implementation of the policy and consolidate reports and recommendations from LGUs and production companies, and it shall also report the intended location of the production shoot to the concerned LGUs, whether it's in the workplace, studio, location, or other venues. Now, ito po, the Department of Labor and Employment shall provide technical assistance in developing the necessary labor standards, protocols, and guidelines in the workplace during the COVID-19 pandemic. The DOLE shall also enforce penalties for reported violations of this order, and it shall also coordinate the same thing to the FDCP for the Safe Filming Program. Can I have the next slide, please? The Department of Health naman, ang DOH po natin, they shall continue to update the set minimum public health standards based on most recent evidence available and issue succeeding updates through the DOH department circulars. The DOH shall also provide technical assistance in developing the necessary health standards, protocols, and guidelines in the workplace during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it shall also coordinate the same to the FDCP for the Safe Filming Program. Ngayon naman, ito ang mga LGUs natin. Ang LGUs shall implement and monitor compliance with the COVID-19 mitigating guidelines. For violations of the same, the LGU shall also impose necessary sanctions according to the IATF guidelines. And the LGU shall send a report to the FDCP on the implementation and compliance of the production shoots. Ang film and audiovisual production companies and all others concerned shall A. Comply with the provisions of this order and other relevant issuances in ensuring the health and safety of all individuals involved in film and audiovisual productions. It shall also establish the necessary controls, such as engineering, administrative, and PPE controls, and referral mechanisms for COVID 19 mitigation in production shoots. It shall also ensure all individuals involved in production shoots adhere to the guidelines specified in this order. It shall also report to the FDCP and to the Department of Labor and Employment on their scheduled location shoots in compliance with the DOLE FDCP JMC. Submit other repertorial requirements of this order or as may be required by FDCP, DOLE, or DOH, and all the film and audiovisual production companies shall keep a record of all contacts of relevant government offices and health facilities for coordination and assistance in observance of the guidelines of this order. Yan, nakadelineate na natin yung scope at responsibilities po natin. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, the Safe Filming Program. What is the Safe Filming Program? The Safe Filming Program is a program by the Film Development Council of the Philippines in partnership with the Department of Health and the Department of Labor and Employment, which implements the strategies and guidelines of the FDCP, DOH, DOLE, JAO, number 2020-001, Series 2020. It provides a global resource website that outlines the principles of safe production and provides information about systems, resources, forms, and all related documents and issuances to ensure working safely in the Philippines for both local and international film and audiovisual productions. Is also a platform that allows for an active collaboration with stakeholders through the project registration process, which FDCP coordinates with government agencies such as the DOLE and the DOH and authorities for the monitoring of compliance to the guidelines of the FDCP, DOH, DOLE, JAO. Now, other OSH-related concerns from the OSH officers or workers, including work-related injuries, illnesses, and any and all unsafe working conditions, may also be coursed through the Safe Filming Program for proper inspection. The next slide, please. Okay, now we have the development of specific guidelines. Now, napaka-importante po to kasi wow, all the experts have weighed in and ang dami pong mga safety officers and people with experience in the field have actually contributed to this document. Now, the development of specific guidelines. Now, through the Safe Filming Program, film and audiovisual companies and organizations may develop their own applicable and specific guidelines provided that they are in line with the minimum standards of the FDCP, DOH, DOLE, JAO number 2020-001, which may be submitted to the agencies for review and endorsement. Ito po, yung binabalik ko, yung living document po to. Kasi napaka-diverse ng audiovisual industry natin, 'di ba? So, kailangan when you are out in the field, you can actually take ownership and actually create your own specific guidelines as long as hindi bababa sa minimum public health standards that is set by the JAO. And any new guidelines or any new protocols that you develop can also be submitted to us so that we can review them and include them and make them into an official part of the living document that is the Joint Administrative Order. Next slide, please. Okay, ano po ang JAO General Guidelines? Number 1, ang mandatory presence of OSH personnel. The necessary OSH officers or officers must be present in all workplaces and areas at all times during working hours. The number and types of OSH officers will depend on the activities and the total number of workers present in the shoot, as prescribed in sections 14 and 15, chapter 4 of the DOLE Department Order number 198, series 2018. Regardless of whether it is a workplace or production site, the qualified OSH personnel shall conduct an ocular inspection of the area and institute the necessary control measures. They must also conduct health and safety orientations to all the workers prior to the start of the production. For the purposes of COVID-19 mitigation, an additional function will be given to the OSH officer to ensure that the COVID-19 health and safety protocols will be in place for the safe conduct of production shoots and activities. Now, second, Workplace with imminent danger situations. Now, in workplaces where workers are evidently at risk of infection, as in healthcare and other frontline services, the producer or the employer must ensure that there is access to a healthcare provider as appropriate to the projected risks of the environment and activities of the workers. Workers in said workplaces shall take extra precautionary measures, which include strict hygiene and the rational use of personal protective equipment or PPEs. Producers and employers must ensure that the PPEs, such as surgical masks, gowns, face shields, gloves, they must ensure that these are properly worn and used by the workers while at work and disposed of also accordingly after their use. Can I have the next slide, please? Ngayon, refusing unsafe work. In line with Section 5.4D of the FDCP DOLE Joint Memorandum Circular Number 1 Series 2020 guidelines governing the working conditions and occupational safety and health of workers in the audiovisual productions, all workers shall have the right to refuse work which they reasonably believe is potentially hazardous to their own health and safety or that of others. All workers must also be oriented on safety and health hazard identification, risk assessment and control, or otherwise known as HIRAC, to assess and identify occupational hazards in their workplace accurately. Reported unsafe conditions and actions must be immediately investigated and remedied without delay by the OSH officer. Ngayon, ang compliance natin with the local community quarantine guidelines. Section 2 of the DILG Memorandum Circular Number 2020-107 states that production companies and workers must comply with the current community quarantine protocols where the production site or workplace is located, including curfews and other related guidelines and local issuances. Approving authority in all the city and or municipal governments, as the case may be, shall require the following documents before granting the permit for production shoots of film and audiovisual activities. Number 1, certification by the FDCP stating that the applicant has fully complied with all the documentary requirements of the JOW number 2020-01, and number 2, subject to the provisions of the Data Privacy Act, a list of the names of all crew members and other relevant information that may be useful for contact tracing. Now, the LGU shall not require the same documents already submitted by the applicant to the FDCP. Can I have the next slide, please? Yan, ito po, interzonal movement. Interzonal movement for the purpose of conducting audiovisual productions shall remain prohibited except when the localities have the same quarantine setup, in which case such movements shall be considered movements within a single quarantine zone. All producers and employers and workers are strongly encouraged to carry out productions within their areas of domicile. Next, ang reporting of production shoots and illnesses, diseases, and injuries. Now, in line with the repertorial requirements of the FDCP DOLE JMC number 001 Series 2020, all scheduled production shoots, whether for film, television, web, and other audiovisual content, must be reported to the DOLE and Safe Filming Program at least 7 days before the production shoot day. Further, every notifiable accident or injury must be submitted to the DOLE Regional Office or the Safe Filming Program within 30 days after the date of the accident. Can I have the next slide, please? Yan. Ito po. Paano tayo magre-register ng project natin? Ito, project registration information. Now, to assist the DOLE Bureau of Working Conditions and the LGUs with monitoring and the DOH with contact tracing, Safe Filming will be managing a central register of all projects intending to shoot. This registration is part of the industry standard that the DOLE Bureau of Working Conditions has requested and expects productions to align with. This registration will be managed and held by the FDCP's Safe Filming Program at www.safefilming.ph/project registration. Now, what are the information that is required? Yung project information po natin, yung production company information, production dates and location of shoots, and the principal cast and crew. So lahat po ng mga names at contact information po nila kailangan i-submit, including the information of the production company who is handling the shoots. Whether it be a small company or a big company, we do need this because the information is only being collected and held for the above mentioned purposes of contact tracing. Yan po napaka-importante. So, napaka-importante po lang na lahat ng information sa lahat ng involved sa shoot is collated and kept also by the production to make sure that if there's any incident at all that happens, whether it be COVID-19 related or just a simple accident on set, sana naman hindi mangyari. Pero kung mangyari yun, at least we have all the information that is necessary to make sure that these incidents do not happen again. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, how to register your production. Napakadali po to, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, the producer or the employer should fill up and register to the Safe Filming Program within 7 working days before your production, shoot, or activity. Now, here are the following ways to do it. Production registration form and health and safety commitment declaration. Now, pursuant to the repertorial requirements as specified in the FDCP DOH DOLE JAO number 1, the production registration form and health and safety commitment declaration may be filled out and sent online to Safe Filming at fdcp.ph. The form will contain specific details of the planned production shoot and must be submitted at least 7 days before the first day of shoot. This also spells out your commitment in providing and maintaining a safe and healthy workplace for all workers. This must be submitted to the Safe Filming Program prior to the start of the production shoot. Next, the Safe Filming website. Producers and employers can also fill up the form through our website at safefilming.ph/register your production. Just make sure to properly indicate all your shooting dates and the complete names of your crew. This form must also be filled out and submitted to Safe Filming at least 7 days before the shoot date. Now, after you submit your forms, an official letter of endorsement from the FDCP Safe Filming Program will be received by the producer or employer, as well as useful resources, documents, and tools for the safe conduct of their production. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, continuing with the documents that you need. Now, COVID-19 related forms. Now, we have 2 forms, no? The COVID-19 Health Declaration Form. Now, the COVID-19 Health Declaration Form must be accomplished by all workers prior to the production activities. It is important to ensure that workers and individuals entering the workplaces and production sites are healthy to assist in combating the spread of COVID-19. It will also assist in meeting the obligations for the recording of people's movements to enable contact tracing if required. The declaration needs to be completed and submitted to the producer or employer before starting work and before entering or visiting any site or premises for or on behalf of the production. And then we have the COVID-19 sign-in registration form. The OSH officer must ensure that all workers at the beginning of the production shoot sign in by filling out this form. This record must be kept by the producer and may be required by the DOH for contact tracing if the need arises. Next slide, please. Now we have the OSH-related forms. Number 1 po dito, ang Illness and Injury Investigation Form. This is to record injuries or illnesses sustained by any worker during the course of the production shoot, along with recommendations on how to prevent such incidents from happening again. This must be reported to the FDCP and DOLE within 30 days after the occurrence of the illness and injury. Next po is the health and safety orientation. It is the role of the producers and the employers to communicate and engage with their workers regularly on how to safely carry out work in a COVID-19 environment. All workers must be able to undergo a health and safety orientation through the OSH officer so they are informed about the risks and the hazards in the workplace and be guided to processes and procedures that have been developed to mitigate the hazards. This form may be used to record that their health and safety orientation has been completed, and this must be kept as a record by the production. Next po, ang Safety Requirements Checklist for Call Sheets. This is a guide for producers to use as a checklist in including safety information about the production shoot in their call sheets. This is to ensure that the cast and crew are equipped with information with regards to health and safety on the set. This form, again, must be kept by the producer. Next slide, please. Ayon, the guidance. Some guidance on the COVID-19 health declarations. The COVID-19 health declaration form must be accomplished by all workers prior to the production activities. For those involved in multiple productions, workers must submit separate forms for each. For those working in offices, one form may be submitted prior to returning to work. The declaration will assist the workers in meeting their obligations under the FTCP DOH Dole Jiao, and these records must be kept by the production. The information collected here is personal information and will be kept confidential. Now, the importance of the declaration form. It is important to ensure that workers and individuals entering the workplaces and production sites are healthy to assist in combating the spread of COVID-19. It will also assist in meeting obligations for the recording of people's movements to enable contact tracing if required or if necessary. If a particular workplace or production site ends up having cases of COVID-19 infection, it may be necessary to use the information collected to determine the person's movements across multiple projects over a 14-day period, especially if they are casual crew, a supplier, or a visitor. Next slide, please. Okay, the covered individuals who must accomplish the declaration form. All workers engaged permanently or casually who are or may be entering any site or premises in relation to the project. And B, any person entering or visiting any workplace or production site for any reasons, for example, suppliers, third-party contractors, and visitors. Now, completion and submission of the form. The declaration needs to be completed and submitted to the producer or employer before starting work and before entering or visiting any site or premises for or on behalf of the production. Now, the information being collected here will be specifically for the purpose of assisting the management in their compliance with the health and safety protocols amid the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, the collection of personal informations. Workplace or production site officers in charge of collecting and sorting declaration forms and other personal data must be adequately briefed on the Data Privacy Act and the need for confidentiality and the secure storage of such information. Napaka-importante because we have a lot of personal information that's going to be collected, and we have to assure everyone involved that all information collected will be kept confidential and will only be used if necessary if an incident occurs. Next slide, please. Ayan, dito na tayo. Ito po ang tinatawag namin na remedies. And as you can see, the letters within this stand for something that will always help us or always help to remind us how to keep safe during our shoots. Now, remedies stand for reduce, modify, educate, distance, install, enforce, and secure. Ito po ang mandatory control measures natin. Could I have the next slide, please? Umpisahan po natin sa reduce. Ngayon, reduce. A maximum number of people on the production site must be limited to 50 people lang po unless a locality's community quarantine guidelines prescribe a less maximum number. Number 2, the provision of alternative structures and arrangements for work, such as pre-production meetings, technical meetings, and other prep work or pre-production can be done naman online. Employees also who are able to accomplish their duties off-site must adopt a work-from-home arrangement. And for other pre-production meetings and activities that absolutely cannot be done online, the basic guidelines of physical distancing and having a minimal number of people in the workplace must be put into place. Number 3, team sizes must be kept as small as possible. Kaya po, reduce tayo lahat. Hindi losing weight, ha? Reduce tayo ng number of people. Now, a skeleton workforce system must be utilized to limit the number of cast and crew on set. And number 4, no visitors to the production site. Visitors to the site will be restricted to the minimum necessary to deliver the work. And of course, big crowd scenes requiring close physical contact must not be allowed. Yan po ang RE natin sa remedies. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh, ito naman yung M for modify. Number 1, a production calendar must be created as agreed upon by the production heads with the necessary workers in every stage of production. Pre-production meetings must be scheduled within a reasonable amount of time before the shoot. Number 3, a clear and realistic shoot schedule and shot list must be agreed upon and disseminated before the shoot day. Number 4, creative executions must comply with current health and safety requirements. So ito po yung mga solutions po natin by our artistic team, by the directors, by the designers. This pandemic now, the COVID-19 pandemic is demanding that we are more creative with how we shoot. Kaya yung mga creative executions must comply pa rin with the minimum safety and health requirements. Number 5, the script and or storyboards may present higher or lower risks under each of the differing Philippine COVID-19 alert levels. Have the script or storyboard broken down looking at things such as, ito po, ang pag nakita niyo po yung breakdown ng script or yung shot list natin, ang titignan po natin ang requirement for persons to be within the recommended social distancing or physical contact parameters. Letter B, the need for multiple people to be in contact with multiple surfaces. The less, of course, contact, the better. Diba? Larger numbers of persons in one place or a gathering. Locations to be filmed at, considering if it is possible to instead do a build-in a studio. Now, tignan din natin kung ano yung number of crew required for the shoot and if necessary, altering the script or the storyboard to reduce the risks of COVID-19, of infection, and overall risk, to make sure that we are all safe in the workplace. Kailangan din natin tignan ng any travel, nationally or internationally, dapat essential lang po yan sa project. And if suitable, consider flexible worksite strategies to minimize or eliminate overlap between departments. And of course, alternative methods to achieve riskier scenarios in order to eliminate or minimize risk. So again, it's very demanding now that we be more creative in our executions, simply because safety, not just the physical safety of people, but also safety from the COVID-19 virus is very, very important. And of course, we have to modify that these productions may consider sequestering cast and crew in hotels or appropriate lodging to control the environment and to avoid bringing illness to and from the set. May mga nag-shoot na po sa atin na naka-lockdown sila, naka-quarantine sila for the whole duration of the shoot. And that also is something to consider, like we said here, for the letter M, to modify the way we work. Can I have the next slide, please? Oh, ito ang E natin for educate. Number 1, we have to conduct safety orientations before the resumption of production work. Number 2, we have to make sure the workers are educated about the importance of the compliance with the Joint Administrative Order. We also have to ensure that the plan and work protocols are communicated effectively to workers and other individuals by the OSH officer before entering the site or work. Ngayon, we have to take into consideration also the language, culture, and disability requirements. They must be taken into account to ensure information is understandable for all. Number 5, we have to ensure that all hazards have been reviewed and are appropriately controlled. This includes workers' understanding of the operations, having fit-for-purpose equipment, checking the material, and also environmental conditions. The plan and work protocols must take into account the possibility that a site or location where film and audiovisual activities will take place may have become unsafe during the quarantine period. Number 6 po, communicate and engage with their workers regularly on how to safely carry out work in a COVID-19 environment. Planning and implementing COVID-19 protocols must involve the workers themselves. Number 7, train workers in the proper use, the cleaning, and the disposal of all PPEs. Number 8, make sure that all concerned departments and workers are aware of scene and location restrictions. Number 9, workers must be given guidance by the producer or the employer on how to decontaminate themselves and their clothing when returning to their home living arrangements. Napaka-importante po yan kasi lahat tayo excited to return to work, di ba? More often than not, masipag tayo sa ingress, sa setup, sa duration ng shoot. Tapos pagpagod na tayong lahat, nagsa-shortcut po tayo pagkatapos ng shoot. Ngayon, hindi na pwede yon. We have to make sure that we all get home safely. So, kailangan may mga disinfection protocols tayo in place, and this has to be communicated to everybody involved para lahat po tayo makauwi safely. Diba? Yan ang maganda dun eh. Ito, number 10. Workers must learn what to do and who to call when they may have been in contact with suspected cases, including the public spaces, retailers, and medical services. Number 11. All guidelines and reminders must be posted around the site, including but not limited to the bathrooms, the makeup area, the wardrobe area, dressing rooms, and all the common areas. Public signage po dapat, and easily understandable and very clear. Kung yung mga may pictures, actually, mas maganda yon. And of course, all of us must be abreast of current news from credible sources. Kaya napaka-importante po ang E sa remedies dahil ito ang educate. Alright, so let's move on to the next slide, please. The letter D stands for distance. Yan po. Physical distancing means keeping a safe distance from others. No less than 1 meter away from other people must be observed whenever possible. This is an important measure to help protect from COVID-19, which spreads via droplets from coughing and sneezing. Distancing actually helps prevent this spread. There are varying measurements of physical distancing within spaces depending on the type of space where work is undertaken. Now, these are broken down in controlled, uncontrolled, and close contact spaces. Now, a controlled space is a situation where a producer or employer can reasonably provide hand sanitizing, cleaning between groups when they occupy an area, maintain the required physical distancing, health screening, and contact tracing or the recording of your name, phone number or contact numbers, and address. Yan po ang controlled space. In a controlled space, the required separation is 1 meter between people whenever applicable because of the additional measures implemented. Ngayon, an uncontrolled space is a situation where a producer or employer cannot reasonably provide the above measures. For these spaces, such as public spaces, shops, malls, there is an expectation of 2 meters separation whenever applicable between workers and other persons because these are outside of the production zone. And a close contact space involves close personal contact that results in workers not being able to maintain 1 meter physical distancing. Like for example, makeup and hair or intimate scenes, ang mga love scenes natin, di ba? Siyempre, hindi pwede tayong 1 meter away. So, yan po ang close contact space. Now, close contact safety measures need to meet the same requirements as the controlled space above, as well as taking additional control measures such as PPEs and increased ventilation. Number 4, work areas with the potential for close interaction with members of the public or other persons not involved in the work must be arranged to achieve physical distancing. And number 5, work that requires close personal contact between workers, such as lighting, camera operation, sound, grip work, cast, makeup, wardrobe, must be minimized. Work of this nature must be planned and managed to establish a safe system of work following the COVID-19 community quarantine conditions for operation. The risk of COVID-19 transmission must be included in all the risk assessments, and the highest level of control must be considered and properly implemented. Yan po ang D sa remedies, and that stands for distance. Can I have the next slide, please? Next, ang letter I natin stands for install. Okay, kailangan po natin mag-install ng number 1, hand washing facilities, hand sanitizers, and dispensers with an alcohol-based solution. These must all be placed in all entrances, exits, and areas with high foot traffic. Number 2, where possible, redesign the office layout to ensure that physical distancing can be observed. Alternatively, physical barriers may also be placed. Kung hindi po natin ma-rearrange ang office area natin, pwede tayong magtayo ng mga acrylic barriers. Nakita po natin yun, no? Sa mga events natin. Number 3, physical markers for physical distancing will also help enforce physical distancing. Visual cues must be placed to guide individuals to maintain a distance of at least 1 meter apart from each other. Matagal na po natin nakikita yan. Pag pupunta tayo sa grocery o sa bangko, may mga markers sila sa sahig, sa floor, kung saan tayo tatayo. Pati sa mga escalator, may mga mark din doon. Para lang may visual reminder tayo to obey the social distancing of 1 meter apart. Number 4, an isolation area. We must install an isolation area or space. This must be designated in any workplace or venue in all the stages of production. This area will be where workers who are showing signs of contagion or symptoms, this is where they will stay while waiting for transport to the healthcare facility. So kailangan may isolation area po tayo. Number 5, appropriate posters or signages in the appropriate areas around the sites must be displayed. All guidelines and reminders must be posted around the site, including but not limited to the bathrooms, makeup area, wardrobe area, dressing rooms, and all the common areas. Ngayon, waste management protocols, especially for infectious wastes, must be in place. Kailangan po natin mag-install ng mga trash bins and be made available, readily accessible also in strategic locations around the workplace. Number 8, where possible, appropriate ventilation and management of movement must be implemented as measures for infection prevention. For example, separate paths for entry and exit. May nakita rin po tayo na may mga arrows sa sahig dahil sa mga lanes natin. Hindi pwede kung saan-saan lang tayo dadaan. The best way really, if you have a space that has limited access areas, what I do in my shoots is that I just ask people to just stay to the right para may mga lanes tayo, di ba? Kasi minsan mahirap mag-layout ng lane dividers. Ngayon, the site layout should be designed to allow for unidirectional movement in aisles, corridors, or walkways, as well as in high-traffic areas such as elevators and stairs. Na-mention ko po na yun. No? Ventilation also must be increased in enclosed spaces. Number 11, protocols for transport of suspected COVID-19 cases must be in place, including the provision of an ambulance and access to hospitals, of course, or healthcare providers within your shooting area. The hospitals will report the suspected cases of COVID-19 to the DOH. Number 12, routine cleaning of frequently touched surfaces and objects, and routine replacement of disinfectant solutions in foot baths must be observed. Number 13, the availability of hand soaps, sanitizers, and other disinfectants in restrooms and in all entrances and facilities must also be ensured. And number 14, foot bath mats must be placed in all entrances. Solutions may be 1:10 bleach solution, such as 1 liter bleach mixed with 9 liters of clean water. Now, yan po ang I sa remedies, and that stands for install. Now, next slide please tayo. We have the letter E for enforce. Ayan, ito. Now, enforcement. This is very important. The producers must assign the necessary OSH officers required to be present in all workplaces at all times during working hours. For each location or workplace, OSH officers must be provided by the producer to monitor and manage occupational safety and health within the work environment, including the COVID-19 site protocols. The producer shall also ensure that the plan and work protocols are communicated effectively to all the workers and other individuals by the OSH officer before entering the site or work. Language, culture, and disability requirements must be taken into account to ensure information is understandable for all. The producers must communicate and engage with their workers regularly on how to safely carry out work in a COVID-19 environment. Planning and implementing COVID-19 protocols must involve workers. Number 5, the producer or employer must ensure that all hazards have been reviewed and are appropriately controlled. This includes workers' understanding of the operations, having fit for purpose equipment, checking the materials, and environmental conditions. The plan and work protocols must take into account the possibility that the site or location where film and audiovisual activities will take place may be reviewed. Number 6, all offices and workplaces must implement additional protection measures of common areas as recommended by the DOH. Number 7, additional sanitary measures must be implemented at the work location, including but not limited to establishing proper respiratory hygiene practice and hand washing protocols. Number 8, the producer or the employer must monitor current national issuances and local ordinances for disease control and implementing of local and national regulations before production so that plans or schedules may be adjusted. Number 9, all workers must be registered as they enter a work area, and such records must be kept by the person controlling the work area. Number 10, an official list of production workers indicating the zones they belong to must be provided to the personnel handling site entries before the shoot. Only those on the list must be allowed on site. Kung wala po kayo sa list, hindi kayo pwedeng pumasok. Number 11, the sign-in form must be recorded and handled by one person when possible and must not be passed around dahil po may mga information po tayo dyan. Number 12, the producers or the employers must train workers in the proper use, clearing, and disposal of PPEs designed to minimize the COVID-19 transmission in line with DOH guidelines. And number 13, workers must be given guidance by the producer or the employer on how to decontaminate themselves and their clothing when returning to their home living arrangements and accessing other services where they may be in contact with others, including public spaces, retailers, and medical services. All vehicles and transportation must be in line with the Department of Transportation's Omnibus Public Transport Protocols and Guidelines, and all items in the workplace or production site, including deliveries, must be carefully managed, controlled, and regularly sanitized. Yan po ang E natin sa remedies. Can I have the next slide, please? Ito po ang S. Secure. This is very important because we all want to go to work safe and go home safe, and that is also really dependent on how secure we feel. And this is how we remind you to secure the site. Number 1, all workers must wear a face mask in the production site. Replacement masks must be provided, yung mga surgical mask po natin, after 4 hours. Number 3, reusable, washable cloth face masks are recommended to the general population, while medical-grade surgical face masks are recommended to be used by individuals with symptoms or underlying health conditions. Pero since hindi po natin alam kung asymptomatic po tayo or mahirap po i-mitigate ang spread ng COVID-19, surgical-grade masks are actually the best to wear. Number 4, wear additional PPEs in situations that calls for it. For example, close contact situations. Yan po, depende po sa situation, Pwede po tayo mag-face shields, pwede po tayo mag-bunny suit ng kompleto, pwede tayo mag-gloves, pero kailangan lahat din yon is sanitized. Number 5, we must observe strict personal hygiene and sanitation practices both at work and away from work and at home as well. Number 6, wash our hands with soap and water or use alcohol or sanitizers to disinfect the hands. But washing your hands is still the best. Number 7, avoid unnecessary touching of your face, your mouth, and your eyes. Kaya po, importante din po ang mga face shield. Kasi ang mga face shield, if you realize how many times we touch our face during the day, kasi naging habit na po natin yan, the face shield actually serves as a barrier from you being careless and touching your face. Napaka-importante din yung mga face shields. Number 8, you must cover your mouth and your nose when sneezing or coughing using either disposable tissue or the inner portion of the elbow. So just make sure, because that's the spread of droplets, make sure controlled po ang sneezing or coughing po natin if you have to. Number 9, a dress code must be enforced. Pants, closed shoes, and shirts are minimum requirements for workers. Number 10, each worker must sanitize their hands with hand sanitizer or soap and running water before entering onto the site. And throughout the day also, pag may hinawakan kayo, wash your hands or disinfect your hands. Every time you touch something, a surface, a piece of equipment, your script, it's always better to be safe and sanitize your hands right after. Now, number 11, ito po ang pinakamahirap. Workers must be reminded to respect people's personal spaces. Ito po, yung mga handshakes natin, ang hugging, mga beso-beso, yung kisses. Siyempre, we've all missed each other. So when we return to the workplace, minsan nakakalimutan natin kasi napaka-emotional natin na may yakapan na nangyari. Bawal po yun. We have to make sure that people are secure, that we maintain the appropriate safe distance from each other. So yung ginagawa po namin is virtual hug na lang po or air appear, mas maganda yon para wala lang physical contact with each other na hindi naman po siya necessary. And number 12, workers must also self-monitor for signs or symptoms of illness, and they must immediately report to the officer in charge, who must report to the producer and the employer. Yan po ang remedies natin. Napakasimple. Marami pong detalye na you have to remember, but hopefully this makes it easy for you. These are the mandatory control measures. Remedies: reduce, modify, educate, distance, install, enforce, and secure. Yan po ang remedies, and that is the presentation for the Safety and Health Orientation webinar or the show. Thank you so much. You will always also have more access, of course, to the actual annexes of the JAO, which is to be made available. It's available on the FDC website. So makikita niyo po in detail ang mga annexes that is included in the JAO. Hindi po natin kayang i-show yung buong JAO dito, or else siguro baka 8 oras tayong nagpe-present sa inyo sa lahat ng annexes. But this information is readily available for you. So that is the presentation for the Safety and Health Orientation, and I think it's time to bring on our speakers. So we're going to be hearing from a representative from the Department of Labor. We're going to be hearing from our representative from the Department of Labor and Employment. He is Engineer 4 under the Safety Control Division of the Occupational Safety and Health Center, or the OSHC. Let's welcome back, please, Engineer Dennis Aquino. Sir Dennis, are you here with us? Hello po, Sir Dennis.
Yes, I'm still here.
Yes.
So, good afternoon to our listener and who's watching this live streaming or on a YouTube. So basically, that is yung present ni Sir Jamie is so comprehensive. So comprehensive that siguro hindi mo na itatanong. Nandoon ang lahat eh. So what will I be presenting for today or this afternoon will some sort of a detailed requirement para magbangga or mag-jive with the requirement ng DO 198. Kasi yung JAW nyo is 2020, the 001 is a parang masasabi natin an interim. So lalagyan natin ng konting legalidad at least ma-appreciate na bakit nga ba gano'n. So basically parang ganun lang yung interpretation. I just don't know if I will still have a time. Could you still give me the time that you have allotted for me, or
Of course,
do I
sir.
need...
Yes, yes, we'll give you the time, sir.
Yeah, sige.
Okay.
Now I will be presenting the uh, balik ulit tayo. The occupational safety and health for safe filming. Basically, this is a law. Siguro kanina sinabi ni Ma'am Lisa that there is a law na sinasabi nating 11058, and yung Department Order number 128 is its implementation. Ito yung akin pinakang IRR. So, next slides please. So, basically, naghang. Hello. So, ito yung DO 198. So, Department Order. So, dito, pag hindi ka sumunod, masasabi nating meron kang penalties and violation. So, parang sakop nito yung 2020-001. So, basically, nandito lang yung mga detalye. So, kung ako yung magiging safety officer, how can I be a safety officer, or papaano ko mapiperform yung lahat ng didiscuss ni Sir Jamie. Next slides, please. So, what is its coverage? So, basically, para lang masabi ko sa inyo or para natin ma-emphasize, pag sinabi yung law na DO 198 or 11058, sakop lahat dito yung establishmento. Whether it is nandoon ka sa mga economic zone, nandoon ka sa air, sea, land transportation, siguro pagka may filming kang mangyayari or may shooting kang gagawin sa loob nitong mga ganito, you are still sakop nitong batas ng Department of Labor and Employment na to. So, siguro sasabihin mo, it is all applicable sa mga businesses. No, you are also being covered if you are a contractor or a subcontractor engaged in the public sector. So meaning to say, wala kang ligtas pagka in-enforce natin itong batas na ito. Next slides please. So, noong 2016, nag-issue yung Secretary of Labor and Employment na parang sinasabi na, oy, yung film industry is also covered. So, including yung mga elderly in these movies and television industry. So, covered kayo ng ating standard. So, yung VWC naman, industry, meron do sa number 3, safety and health provision for the occupational safety and health standard shall be observed in all places to ensure safe and healthful working condition for all workers and talent. So basically, yung sinabi kanina o yung didiscuss kanina ni Sir Jaime, parang ginajustify lang nito. Hindi ako pwedeng, so parang mas naging IR kay Sir Jaime kanina na didiscuss. Next slides please. So, doon sa 198, i-define. So, it is a mandatory requirement to have a first aider doon sa inyong mga project or even doon sa location. So, sino ba yung mga first aider? So, basically, ang requirement dito, it is Philippine Red Cross train, or it can be any organization authorized by DOLE to conduct the first aid training. So siguro tatanong natin, hindi kami covered yan. So covered pa rin po kayo. So all establishment, project sites, and all other places wherein work is being undertaken with the number of employees, nature of operation, and the risk, and hazard involved in the business as determined by the Secretary of Labor, required compliance with the provision of DO 198-18. So basically, siguro, ito yung kauna-unahan pagka sinabi nung isang producer, napakaliit lang naman ng ating project. Do we need to have this? Yes. Kinakailangan po nating magkaroon ng isang first aider. Next slide, please. So yung Department of Labor and Employment, nagtayo siya ng mga parang the one who could conduct this training. So yung kaninang sinabi natin na safety officer. So may mga requirement may mga requirement yung Department of Labor for you to be able. So ito yung mga masasabi nating SO1, SO2, and SO3. So yung mga nagko-conduct ng training niyan is ina-accredit ng Department of Labor and Employment, particularly kami yung na-assign na mag-accredit dito. So basically siguro if you could not avail of the scholarship kanina na sinabi ni Ma'am Lisa, siguro you could go to this other safety training organization. Just see to it that they are accredited by DOLE for you to be an SO, safety officer. So, yung employer, sasabihin natin, sabi rito, any person, nature, or judicial, including a contractor, subcontractor, and political employer who directly or indirectly benefit from the services of the employee. So, basically, identify sino ba yung kinakailangan sumunod dito, the employer. So, ikaw. So, meaning to say, if you are a production company, may mga empleyado ka, and now you are the employer. So, again, this employer have this equipment. Di ba? Kasi yung employer kasi, ano yung gagamitin mo doon sa pag-shoot mo? So, sinabi rito, equipment with electric motor or prime mover can be considered as what we call the equipment. So, meron tayo ng tinatawag na General Safety and Health Inspection. So, ito yung mga minimum requirement na sinabi kanina ni Sir Jamie. Yung ventilation, di ba? Yung airflow with airflow ng isang shoot location. Yung mga equipment mo, so yung mga crane na ginagamit mo pag-shoot should also be considered should undergone yung tinatawag nating tech safety inspection. So, possible measure or safety hazards na malalaman mo rin kung ito bang mga equipment na ito ay posibleng mag-possess ng mga hazards na maaring maka-endanger or maka-aksidente doon sa ating mga worker. Next slide, please. So, sabi ko kanina or sinabi natin, yung DO 198 kinategorize yung hazards. So, when we say hazards, may tatlo siyang classification. Meron tayo ng high-risk establishment. So, pag sinabing high-risk establishment, refer to a place wherein the presence of hazard for potential hazards or potential hazard within the company may affect safety and health of the worker through the following workplace commonly associated with the potential high-risk activities. So basically, I cannot see where you belong in this high risk. But sabi nga natin, depending doon sa whether it's whether it is a drama or a soap opera, siguro kanina may nabanggit si Sir Jamie na sabi siyang high risk or yung tinatawag nating high rock. So basically, it is one of the activities ng isang safety officer. I-determine mo yung possible risk na available during your filming or the conduct of shooting within the workplace. So basically, medyo napakahirap to, but again, it is only a trained safety officer who will be able to conduct this. And during yung aming mga conversation regarding this, I am suggesting na yung SO1 will not be suit to be a safety officer dito sa film industry na sinasabi natin. Next slide please. So, kanina may nabanggit na imminent danger. So, an imminent danger is a situation caused by a condition or practice in any place of employment that could reasonably be expected to lead to death or serious physical harm. So, basically, pagka sinabi nating high risk, pagka binasa mo yung libro, yung issue ng high risk, it should not be there should be no worker within that workplace. So being a safety officer, you need to lower down it or pababain mo yung degree. At least pwede siyang pagtrabahuhan. I don't know how can you paano natin ito ma-relate in terms of the production wherein example yung sa loob ng isang pagawaan, di ba? So a low risk, i-define dito is a workplace. So basically, pag sinabi nating low risk, ito yung nasa office eh. So malabong mangyari yung aksidente. Di ba? Yun yung low risk. Ano naman yung medium risk? So ito yung medium risk, a workplace where there is a moderate exposure to safety and health hazard with a probability of an accident or injury or illness. So, ang pinaka-delicate doon sa mga tinasabi nating doon sa action. So, yung habulan siguro with the car and with the equipment. So, maaring mag-post siya ng imminent danger. And that imminent danger, so dapat isi to it ng isang safety officer. Ano yung posibilidad na mangyari to? Ano yung pwede nating gawin? So basically, marunong dapat siya magawa ng high risk, di ba? So siguro ito siguro maybe this is applicable to sa mga small production wherein establishment employing less than 10 employees and the established employing 100 employees respectively regardless of capitalization. So, hindi lang naman kasi you need also to classify ito ba ay big time production, ito ba ay small time production, saan ba siya belong? Belong ba siya doon sa mic or belong ba siya doon sa small enterprises or what we call the SMEs. Next slide please. Okay. So, dito binigyan ng mga karakter yung dapat naman nandoon sa isang production. So, dapat daw meron kang occupational health personnel. So, when we talk of occupational health personnel, ito yung mga qualified first aider. Again, I'd like to reiterate, yung first aider, they should have a license. So, lisensyado po sila and the PRC or Philippine Red Cross give a license to those with a validation, if I'm not mistaken, of 2 years. So, kasi nababago-bago, especially yung pag-response mo doon sa tao, yung pagkakamero nung papaano mo gagamutin to. Ngayon, pagka ito ay bigger production, maybe you need a nurse. A nurse is not just simply a nurse. A nurse should be trained also on occupational health. So hindi lang siya basta nursing graduate with a license. When you say occupational health personnel, dapat meron siyang training about this occupational. So kasi po, for your information, iba kasi ang tingin ng isang clinician, yung nasa clinic, yung mga nasa ospital, kesa yung nurse na nandoon sa worksite o doon sa ating shooting. So, under this Labor Code of the Philippines, isinama yung dentist. Dapat meron kang dentista. Again, yung dentist at saka physician would varies also. So, mamaya, meron akong maipakikita sa inyo na matrix on the number of this first aider, on the number of this dentist, on the number of this physician. Hindi po yung physician. So yung physician should have a training, occupational health, di ba? And it is given by the Philippine College of Occupational Medicine, and it is also offered by the Philippine College sa UP on a training of this occupational physician. So, dito pumasok yung consultant. So, kung ang kailangan natin ay SO2 o SO1, SO2, and SO4, yung pong SO2, SO3 na yon. So, we need something that a little bit more higher than SO3. So, meron tayo ng tinatawag na SO4. Kasi po pagka SO2, it is just purely trained siya. Meaning siya nung 40 hours training. So, meaning to say, 1 linggo ka dun sa office or 1 linggo ka nakatingin sa webinar wherein we're the one that conducting. So, kung ayaw mo naman sa amin, may choices ka naman dun sa mga accredited safety training organization. So, an SO3 is with a certain number of training or specialties for you to be considered as an SO3. So, when you want to be a little bit higher than SO3, say, punta ka doon sa SO4. So, for your information, it doesn't need an accreditation. Di ba? It is the HR of the company or yung ang pwedeng mag-designate ng isang safety officer. So it doesn't need any accreditation. Pwede kang SO1 for example, you are being trained for 8 hours plus 2 hours of first training, you can now be an SO1. If you finish the 40 hours and the 40 hours training, you could be an SO2. Di ba? So, if you have a training, aside from the training and an experience of 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, and a certain number of accumulated training that concern yung occupational safety and health, apply for an SO3. Di ba? So, basically, an SO2 is a minimum requirement. Pagka yung napag-usapan namin last time, an SO2 kasi medyo kinakailangan, it is a full-time requirement sa pagiging empleyado ng isang production. Okay, so ang requirement ng isang safety consultant is duly accredited by DOLE to perform or render consultatives. So, activities on OS, field and specialization on by the DOLE. So, basically, pwede kang maging SO4 pagka dumaan ka sa SO3. Di ba? Ang SO3, which is also equivalent nga doon sa practitioner. Di ba? Yung practitioner, yung SO3 sometimes they go to us and ask for can I be a practitioner? So dadaan ka sa mga ito yung pagkakaiba noon. Meron kang interview, 'di ba? And presentation, are you able to comply with the DOLE reportorial requirements, so on and so forth. So Ang higher no SO4. Okay, ano yung batayan natin? Ano yung pinakang rules or yung standard dating sinasabi? Ito po yung Occupational Safety and Health Standard. So, yung Occupational Safety and Health Standard rules issued by DOLE, which mandates the adoption and the use of appropriate practice, means, method, operation, or process or working condition to ensure the safe and healthful employment. So, basically, ito yung masasabi nating pagdating mo dito sa Pilipinas, ito yung ating Bible. Next slide, please. Okay, personal protective equipment. So, in any work, sometimes you need to be protected. So, example niya yung ginagamit natin ngayong pandemic, meron tayo ng tinatawag na mask, meron tayo ng face shield. But in industry, there are more PPE. Like for example, sinabi kanina, dapat kayo naka-close shoes. Di ba? And one thing more, ito ay kinakailangan in the past slides na sinabi kanina ni Sir Jamie, ito po ay sinolder ng employer. Hindi mo kailangan itong paggastusin yung empleyado. For your information, when we talk of personal protective equipment, it should be given free of charge. Okay, maliwanag po tayo doon. Okay, so being a safety and health officer, you did something na hindi lang naman dapat ako hindi lang ako mag-i-implement nitong mga programa natin. So there should be a body created within the workplace with authority to plan, develop, implement occupational safety and health policy program, monitor, evaluate, OS program, and inspect and investigate all aspects of work pertaining to safety and health of the worker. So, ito po ay paloob doon sa programa. So, ito ay establish para ito yung committee na gagawa ng programa at the same time, siya mag-i-implement. Kasi kung makikita yung sinabi natin, especially doon sa sinabi kanina ni Sir Jamie, hindi kaya ng isang safety officer po yun. So, dapat hati-hatiin natin yan. It should be the activities ng safety and health committee within your project. So nire-required po yan ng DOLE na magkameron ka ng programa. 'Di ba? Magkaroon ka ng programa na i-implement mo tuwing ikaw ay may project gagawin. 'Di ba? Kasi sumunod dito yung program. So ito ay sets of details rules to govern companies' policies in all economic activities conform with the OCC standard. So basically, tatanong mo, ano ba ang nilalaman nitong SAFE program? 'Di ba? So ito ay napapaloob doon sinasabi ng ating standard. Okay, maliwanag po, nagkakaintindihan tayo. Next. So, ito yung sinabi ko kanina. The SO, the SO1, the SO2, and the SO3. May SO4 yan. So, ito yung mga requirement. So, during our initial station, para masunod mo yung activities na inilahad ng Philippine industry, nitong industriyang ito, I think a minimum requirement should be an SO2. So an SO2 is an employee who also completed the mandatory. Mandatory po yun. You cannot be an SO2 kung hindi mo na take yung 40 earning. Di ba? So, Itong 40 hours training, ito yung sinabi kanina ni Ma'am Lisa na i-scholar, di ba? Doon sa mga listener natin, i-scholar kayo ng film industry. So, i-scholar kayo para makuha ninyo. Ngayon, kung hindi ka kasama doon sa 25 na mapipili ni Ma'am Lisa o nitong grupong to, you could go naman to other safety training organization. Gaya nga nung where Sir Martin Bilong, mamaya magsasalita siya, yung SOPI, Safety Organization of the Philippines. And then, there are other training na makikita mo, accredited training, na makikita mo dun sa aming website. Ngayon, if you gain some experience, meron ka nung tinatawag na at least 1 year experience on OS, 48 of advanced specialized occupational safety training course, pwede ka maging SO3. Yan. Okay? Next slide, please. So, ano naman yung duty ng isang employer? By the way, I have forgot. Usually, a safety and health committee is headed by the highest, ang term ko rito, the highest ranking in the organization. So, meaning to say it is the production manager who should be the one, the chairman of this safety and health. Di ba? So, pag tinignan natin, ano-ano naman yung duties ng employer at saka nung worker? Baka may lang mga duties and may duties siya. So, one of the duty employer is equip a place of employment for worker free from any hazardous condition that are causing or likely to cause death or illness or physical harm. So, katungkulan mo bilang isang owner o isang employer, nabigyan mo ng isang malusog at ligtas na working area yung iyong manggagawa. So that's why nga from the start, maybe if you will realize, bakit free personal protection? Kasi as an owner, alam mong delikado. Di ba? So next, ensure that chemical, physical, or biosubstances and agent are and ergonomics and psychological stress under control without risk to the health of the worker or the in your case. So, as an employer, you need to comply with the standard including training, medical examination, where necessary provision on the protective equipment, device such as PPE and machine guarding. So, dapat yung may mga moving parts should be well guarded. As an employer, dapat siguraduhin mo na hindi makaka-aksidente yung mga ginagamit mo sa film industry, yung mga equipment mo. Kaya nga, from the start, sinasabi merong inspection eh. May certificate to operate, and the one that issued that the certificate to operate is the DOLE. Okay, next. So, duties of the employer, provide necessary for measure for identifying training drill. So, hindi tayo dapat maging stagnant doon sa, tapos na yan ng 40 hours. So, dapat umisip ka pa. So, dapat may personal advancement yung mga tao mo with regard to occupational safety and health. So, meron kang sa mga evacuation drill, pwede ka sa mga emergency PAR, including, you can also be trained as a person. Okay, being an employer, you should also have to comply with the requirements of the OS standard. So yung sinabi kanina ni Sir Jamie, yung submission of report. May itutuwid lang akong konti doon, ano? If there is a fatal accident that happened within the organization or within your workplace, fatal it should be immediately reported to DOLE. Kasi pagka aantayin natin yung 30 days, wala na tayong maiimbestiga doon. Baka tapos na yung siyaman ng worker. So, kaya nga sinabi natin, within 20 hours, it should be reported to DOLE. So, again, binanggit din doon sa JAW, yung registration. Okay, siguro yung when we talk of registration, pwede na yung hinihingi ng JAW. Diba? As long as it is i-copy mo yung DOLE nung mga nag-register sa dito sa ating industriya. Okay? Next slide please. So worker, bilang talent or dapat mag-participate doon sa capacity building activities and activities on safety. So you need also to be trained. When your safety and health officer said, may orientation tayo regarding safety and health. So dapat mag-participate ka. So binigyan ka ng personal protective equipment nung employer. Aba, bilang worker, dapat isuot mo to. Wag mo nang kukontrahin. Kasi it is a proven, di ba? Proven na yun eh. Kaya ikaw binigyan halimbawa ng mask, kaya ikaw binigyan ng facial, proven na ito na makakapag masasabi na you free. Sabi nga, pagka mask at saka facial, 99% na free from ma-free ka from virus. Okay. So you need to comply with the instruction to prevent accident or imminent danger situation in your workplace. So, yung safety officer, meron siya nung hierarchy. Di ba? So dapat ka, mapakahirap yung hierarchy na sinasabi natin. Alam nung safety officer yung degree nung hazard. So the safety officer instructed you to wear this body harness, to wear this necessary safety device. Di ba? So, you need to follow that. You need to observe prescribed step to be undertaken in case of an emergency. So, if there is an emergency that would happen, siguro katungkulan mo, alamin mo ano ba yung instruction sa atin. Di ba? So, ano instruction sa atin? So, instruction sa atin na mag-fill up. Di ba? Yung may sinabi kanina na bago ka pumasok doon sa set, you need to fill up yung for tracing. So, sundin mo yon. Okay. Bilang isang manggagawa rin, you need to report to their immediate supervisor of any hazard that you may discover within the workplace. So, lalapit ka ngayon doon sa officer. Hindi ba delikado yun? Di ba? So, although the safety officer have a checklist, but tao lang po siya. Di ba? Tao lang siya. At saka napakarami nung ipinagagawa. May bid na miss, hindi niya ito nakikita. At nakita naman yon bilang worker or a talent within the production, pwede pong sabihin sa safety officer para ito ay magawan kaagad ng remedyo. Next slide, please. Okay. Ito sinabi rin doon sa JAW. Yung refusal to work. Bilang worker, if you think that there is this imminent danger, yan, pwedeng hindi ka sumunod. Di ba? So, kung magiging delikado sa iyo or magiging mapanganib ba, pwede kang hindi sumunod. So, in that case, papasok ngayon yung safety officer. Yung safety officer magbibigay sa inyo ng guidelines on how can it be performed safely. Di ba? So, dapat meron siyang ibigay na ngayon. At dapat, bilang manggagawa, makumbinsi ka na pagka isinuot ko halimbawa itong equipment mo ito, it will be safe. Or else, I will not follow you. I will refuse to work. So, employer or safety officer cannot require the worker to return to work where there is a continuing imminent danger. O, safety officer, dapat siguraduhin mo it will not endanger your talent, your worker within the production. Di ba? Alam mo ng delikado, alam ng mga gawa. So, yung mga ayoko magtrabaho yan. So, basically, it is one of your right as a or as a talent or as an artist or a production crew. Kung sa tingin mo ito yung magiging delikado, you can refuse to work. Next slide, please. Okay. So, bilang care, halimbawa, sinabi mo na ngayon safety officer, may hazard po. Sabi mo sa employer, delikado po yan. So, pwede kang dumiretso sa DOLE or other concerned government agency. Di ba? So, delikado po yung ginagawa niyan. Okay. Once you have done that, itatago ng DOLE yung sinabi mo. Pero, in one case, halimbawa, nalaman ng DOLE na pinagalitan ka, tinanggal ka sa trabaho, po-protection naman ng DOLE yung right mo. 'Di ba? So, tanong ka, kanino ako magre-report? So, magre-report ka doon sa nearest DOLE regional or provincial or satellite shopping having jurisdiction over the place of incident. 'Di ba kanina sinabi ng DOLE, merong LGU, 'di ba? Once it is a work-related siguro, you go to DOLE. 'Di ba? Work-related or halimbawa you are performing your work and you find that is too hazardous for you to perform the job, pero sinabi nung I think the director is the most powerful dyan. Sabi, hindi, gawin mo yan. Bilang worker, hindi pwede po yan. So that of your right under this law, the 11058. Next slide, please. Okay, so again, sabi ko kanina, all personal protective equipment should be given free of charge. Di ba? So that's why I'd like to reiterate. So yung mga victim natin sa COVID-19 and then yung mga pasyente ay china-charge. So it is the duties and responsibility of the owner of that hospital to give PPE among their work. I'd like to reiterate that. So marami akong nakikita na one time na ichina-charge pa rin doon sa pasyente where it is the duties and responsibility of the employer. Next slide, please. Okay. So wala sa akin. So, okay. So, occupational safety and health program. Siguro magtatanong kayo, ano ba nilalaman nito? Ano ba yung dapat? Okay, so pwede mo po, meron po niyang parang template. Template na para hindi hirapan kayo. May template na yung DOLE, di ba? Kung paano mo gagawin yung program. Yun yung template, kung makikita nyo, is just fill in the blank. But again, may kayong requirement, wala namang problema po yun. With respect to the Department of Labor and Employment. Sabi nga kanina ni Sir James, kapag ka mas stringent yung mama mo, wala pong say anon. Di ba? As long as you meet the minimum requirement. Sana naman yung minimum requirement, wag na natin pababain pa. Di ba? Ngayon, Itong programang ito ay dapat malaman ng all person in the workplace. Malaman nila. Di ba? Particularly, siguro, yung duties and responsibility ng employer, yung duties and responsibility ng worker, at saka yung the right to refuse. Di ba? So, again, nasasabi ko, dapat ayun yung nilalaman ng programa. So, yung nakita ko kanina na ni Sir Jamie, napakaganda po yun. So, I just want to add, siguro, ano ba yung ano ba yung why it is why do we need to follow that? We need to follow that because of this law and the Occupational Safety and Health Center and the Labor Code Philippines, which sets occupational safety and health. Next slide, please. So basically, I would be able to discuss the program. So again, it should be submitted to DOLE for approval, but basically, except with the exception of construction, sinasabi rito, automatic. Basta may programa ka, submit mo sa DOLE, with approve ka agad yun. Pero pagka kay construction, ito yung sinasabi natin that it need to be approved by the DOLE. Okay, so OS program in pre-approved template may be modified by DOLE as based on laws, rules and regulation and other issuance upon validation of that program during the inspection. So the company shall review, evaluate OS program at least once a year for as necessary to ensure that the objectives are met towards the improved safety and health performance. So, siguro magtatanong kayo, how can we gauge a program? So, siguro sasabihin natin, trending down yung aksidente, wala na nagkakasakit, and then that's your program. So if it is continuously having a same program again and again, so it need to be revised and approved. Revised, modified, di ba? Para at least makomply sa natin yung pagkakasakit or pagkakaakte doon sa ating trabaho. Next slide, please. I think this is my last slide. So, parang ito yung duties of a safety officer. Sabi nga nung safety officer, dapat i-oversee mo yung overall management of safety and health program in coordination with the committee. So, bilang safety officer, so hindi lang ikaw dapat. So, dapat merong committee na umaalalay sa'yo. So, frequent monitoring and inspect any health and safety aspect of the operation. Yan. So, sabi kanina ni Sir Jamie, meron dapat daw tayong mga checklist na gagawin para sa madaling implementation. So, that is in monitoring. So, yung third duties and responsibility, you need to assist yung government. Not only the DOLE, but including the DN, the local government, in safety and health inspection anytime when work is being performed. Ito yung kinakailangan mong sinasabi. Ito yung last sinasabi na duties of a safety officer. Di ba sabi ko, you should be designated. Di ba? And the one who will designate you as a safety officer is the highest or the production manager or the producer. Di ba? I-designate ka niya. Kasi if you are not designated, you cannot perform these last duties and responsibility. Yung bang mag-issue ka ng work stoppage order. Di ba? Kaya nga sabi namin, ang biroan namin, dapat kilala mo or dapat may hold yung management. Kasi if every now and then mag-i-issue ka ng WSO o yung work stoppage order. Walang matutuloy. Di ba? Again, bilang a safety officer, your management do not want to follow the work stoppage order you have done. Now, you could go to the DOLE. Bilang producer or owner of this industry, yun po yung iiwasan mo na magsumbong yung safety officer mo sa DOLE kasi ayaw mong sundin. Kasi based doon sa IRR, meron na tayo ng mga penalties. And minimum, pag inisyo ka ng WSO, it is automatically 100,000 per day. Di ba? Kaya kung yung safety officer mo nag-issue ng WSO, you need to immediately correct it. Or else, pagka medyo gustong kalabanin mo or kinakalaban mo yung safety officer, ayaw mo siyang sundin, baka siya magpunta sa DOLE. Okay, if any unsafe act and unsafe condition, may DOLE na po dun sa project nyo, he can issue immediately a work stoppage. Ayun yung tinatawag ng mga inspector na may imminent danger. Yung may namatay, nako, please, wag na ninyong gagawin nyo na merong mamamatay sa set kasi papasok po yung isang gobyerno para mag-issue ng WSO. Diba? Merong penalties, may respective penalties na masasabi natin, yung including sa mga signages, okay? Pero marami dyan na mga based on my understanding, marami pong nakikita yung misrepresentation. Diba? Yung sasabi or parang nag-designate but this designated person don't even have a training. That's I think is tantamount to misrepresentation. Okay, wag na wag po niyong gagawin nyo. You need to have your safety officer properly documented with the training. Yung pong training, walang substitute doon. It is a mandatory requirement for you to be a safety officer here in the Philippines. Siguro sasabihin mo, train ako sa US, train ako diyan sa mga D3. I have undergone this. Can I be a safety officer dito sa atin? Ang tangi ko masasagot sa iyo, no. You need to add that 40 hours mandatory training. Okay? Maliwanag po, kakaintindihan tayo. Next slide, please. So ito po yung matrix ng isang safety officer. I just like want you to concentrate on siguro doon sa SO2. Diba? So, may 40 hours training ka. Yan. Kasi yung SO1 is a one-day training lang and siguro may hierarchy din doon pero you'll be having a hard time. Diba? We need a full time dito sa action nyo. Kasi every project have a different hazard. So, we aim high na rito. Once we designate a safety officer, you may 40 hours training. Ngayon, kung ikaw ay SO1 for example, and you want to SO2, no, you need also to train the additional 40 hours. Hindi pwede yung, uy, may 8 hours na ako. I need to get the 40. No, magkahiwalay po. Po dyan nung from SO1 magiging SO2, no. You have to strictly follow yung mandatory requirement ng occupational safety and health. Okay, next slide please. Next. So, ito yung mga requirement, yung may boss, DOLE. So, kasi po, ang isang safety officer din, kaya doon sa SO1, may sinasabi kaming 2 hours TOT, training of trainers. Kasi ikaw yung mag-o-orient na doon sa yung mga co-worker. Di ba? Ganon din doon sa mga micro kasi Usually, tatlo yung tatlo lang or apat yung worker. So usually, ang tanggalan mo yung isang worker, di dadalwa na yung natira. So that's why it was been trimmed down to just 8 hours, mga micro. Okay. So in case of a contractor or subcontractor na i-hire mo, you can require, yan, ito yung maganda rito, you can also require them to have their own safety and health officer. Okay? In your case, sabihin mo, ayoko nung SO1. Gusto ko SO2. Di ba? SO2, may 40 hours training yan. Maliwanag po. Wala pong educational requirement doon. As long as you finish the 40 hours, you can be an SO2. Okay? Next slide, please. Yan. So, in that case, siguro yung iba, mamaya ko na lang sasagutin kung may mga tanong kayo. And I just hope I share yung part ng Department of Labor and Employment. So again, if you want a training, you could go to our office and help you. So kami rin nga po pala yung nag-i-issue ng test certificate sa mga personal protective equipment na ginagamit natin, particularly the safety shoes, the hard hat. So kami po ang nag-i-issue nun, particularly yung division namin. Doon naman sa mga training, it is the Training and Public Information Division. So if it is concerning the environment, it is the Environment Control Division. But in case of health, which is the one yung existing ngayon because of the pandemic, ang may sagot ay yung aming occupational health o yung health control division namin. So again, pagpunta ka sa amin, nandoon na. You could have everything, any information about safety and health. Our office siguro is much willing to help your industry regarding research, testing of personal protective equipment, yung very popular na work environment measurement. So, nandoon po. Kompleto sa Ricardo po yung aming opisina when we talk of OSHC. Thank you very much po.
Thank you so much, Sir Dennis. Maraming salamat. Napaka-enlightening ang presentation niyo po. And as a safety officer also, it's so important. Thank you for highlighting the importance of not only undergoing the training for being an SO1, SO2, or SO3 or SO4, but also a familiarity kasi of the labor code and the OSH law should also be part of the education, I think, or part of our awareness as safety officers.
Tinuturo po yun doon sa 40 hours. Parang it is a complete. Kaya sabi natin, pagka nag-undergone ka ng 40 hours, natutunan mo na halos lahat. How can you control the accident aside from mga rules na sinasabi ng occupational safety and health standard. At the same times, ano yung epekto ng 198. So basically, siguro mai-enlighten ka. But basically, ang main objective nito is protection of the Filipino working man. And it is on our standard. It's on our, even in our constitution, that the 1987 Constitution, yung pagpapahalaga sa manggagawang Pilipino, mabigyan mo sila ng ligtas at malusog na paggawa. That is the main duties ng department, one of the main duties of the department. Kaya nung primero sabi ko, Department of Labor, ang kinalaman yan sa safety and health. Ang alam ko yung pasweldo lang, no? Concerned din kami sa safety and health ng worker. Okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Sir Dennis. We'll ask you back later on because we're getting a lot of questions on the feed. Maraming salamat, ladies and gentlemen, at Engineer Dennis Aquino from our Department of Labor and Employment. And coming up next, we've got an amazing speaker. He is the Safety and Crisis Management and Resilience Professional. He was the Assistant Vice President of the Safety and Events Risk Management of ABS-CBN Corporation, which he established in 2006. And he's here to discuss the making of a safety officer in the film and entertainment industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's please welcome Mr. Martin Aguda Jr.
Yes, Jamie, thank you very much for the introduction. And I'll be glad to do this presentation. The making of a safety officer, in particular to this industry, the showbiz industry. No? Very unique. Talagang there's lots of challenges. Kanina, we have heard a lot of technical things, no? Compliance, administrative requirements, technical technical compliances. In my lecture, let me share my slide. The title of my lecture, so okay, is the making of a safety officer in the film and in the entertainment industry. I want to share and I want to share my insights, no, regarding how is it to be a safety officer, and not just a safety officer. Safety officer in the film and in the entertainment industry. Siguro tatanungin niyo, ano ba pagkakaiba ng safety officer sa construction, sa opisina, sa manufacturing? Aba, malaki po, no? This is very challenging. In fact, as we speak now, no, kanina minention ni Chair Lisa that all of the things we're doing right now, ang may sulat pa lang yung sa COVID safety, no? But there are a lot of things that we should write, that we should study and soon implement, no? So let me share with you practical tips on how to be a safety officer. Binigyan tayo ng context kanina ni Engineer Dennis from the Department of Labor and Employment, Occupational Safety and Health Center, our partner also, about how to be you, no? How to be a safety officer, no? But lahat ng mga yan are compliances, no? Kailangan mo mag-take ng course, but how would you be effective, 'di ba? How would you be effective pag nandun ka na, no? So ang context ko dito dalawa, no? Maaring nasa industriya ka na at nag-train ka ng SO1 o SO2, how do you do it? Or labas ka sa industriya, you were hired as SO1 or SO2, then bago ka sa film and entertainment industry. So how do you navigate? No, it's quite challenging, and that's my goal this afternoon for this for my session is to discuss with you, no, what are the tips, tips on how to survive, no, your career in the showbiz industry. So we all know that the pandemic has led us to has highlighted the importance of safety and health to prevent and curb the infection of COVID. And we also heard the term resilience. Oh, ginagamit ko ito. You will hear the word resilience, di ba? Resilience thinking is thinking how to bounce back. No, paano tayo makabalik, no? Kaya nga FDCP was quick enough to make guidelines in order to set some standards, some safety standards, no? Ito yung tinatawag nating JAW, of course, along with DOH and Department of Labor, no, on how to be safe and how to maintain the minimum health standards, no, in order to prevent disruption. Okay, and remember, when we talk of disruption, diba, pag isa lang kaso ng COVID sa inyo, what will happen? You'll be forced to shut down. Okay, you'll be forced to shut down for 24 hours, disinfect, do contact tracing, diba, and the worry of your employees that possible na close contacts. These are all the challenges, no. Those two things, you have safety and health to protect lives, to protect your employees, and you have the word resilience. Please remember this, no, yung word na resilience. Resilience is about bouncing back better. Kaya meron tayong the new normal, di ba? So safety and health will will prevent actually possible disruptions. And when disruptions happen, dapat kaya nyong mag-bounce back, kaya nyo dapat maging adaptive, kaya nyo maging innovative. So as you can see here in this slide, no, I'm doing a final health and safety briefing before a taping of a show. And we all know amidst the pandemic, amidst the crisis, sabi nila in a crisis, you find also opportunities. And I think this is a good time for the entertainment industry, for the film industry, to, I may say, introduce, no, health and safety as part of the operations, no, using COVID as a context. Kasi tandaan po natin na hindi lang po COVID, no, ang ating kailangan bantayan. Alam natin, JAW is specifically COVID safety and health, but we have to take cognizance also that there are a lot of things that the safety officer should know when it comes to whatever hazards that we may encounter in filming. Okay. Okay. I will draw to you. I will help you draw. Ano ba ang persona ng isang safety officer? No? Especially in the context of in the context na ikaw ay nasa entertainment industry. May pagkakaiba yan to, no? Okay. Let me first discuss to you, ano yung mga perks? No? What are the good things about all of this? No? You start to work with the stars. Ayan, di ba? You gain an instant backstage pass, di ba? So, dati napapanood mo lang sila sa sa TV, sa mga movies, no? And now you're there working with the stars, no? Sabi ko nga, ang mga safety officers ko, when I train new safety officers and deploy new safety officers, so sinasabi ko, baka ma-starstruck ka, which is true enough, di ba? Kaya nga part of my training for my safety officers, when I immerse them the first time, sabi ko, ma-starstruck ka ng isang beses, pero huwag ka ma-starstruck forever because you have to perform your job. Okay? And minsan, walang nagawa kundi magpa-selfie at magpa-selfie na magpa-selfie. Anyway, okay. So that's the perk, no? Isang advantage yan, no? Dati, nakikita mo lang sa TV, sa stage, sa movie houses. No? Now you're working with them. Okay. Next is you will get the chance to know what's really happening behind the scenes. No? How is it made? No? It's fascinating. No? Maaaliw ka dahil nalalaman mo ganito pala ginagawa to. Ganito pala yung mga tricks dito. The magic behind movie making and filming. So it's exciting. It's really fascinating to be on the backstage, to be there, seeing all of these things. Okay? Isa pa. Okay? You are in your unique working environment. Hindi siya monotonous. Kung safety officer ka ng pabrika, makikita mo lang are machines working, mga workers. Kung ikaw ay safety officer sa construction, exposed ka sa init, you'll be dealing with construction workers, you'll be dealing with engineers, magulo, maingay, okay? Lots of hazards. Okay? So, in the showbiz, in the entertainment industry, you will be working in a very unique working environment. You will see places. You will travel. You will go places. Depende yan kung anong production house ang napasukan nyo. Diba? Makakapunta ka sa mga lugar na hindi mo pa na-imagine, na hindi mapupuntahan. So you have this out of this world experience, ika nga. No? Imagine from a location shoot na bahay, then meron kang biglang outdoors, you have a jungle, you have a beach, and you shoot in a castle, no? So nakakatuwa, no? Because hindi monotonous ang working environment. No? So this is one good thing when working with filmmaking. And along with that, okay, you are given a lot of challenging tasks. Sabi ko, Mission Impossible, lahat ng imposible minsan pagagawa sa'yo. So if you're that kind of person who will look for challenges all the time in your work, this is a job for you. No? Dahil paiba-iba ng work environment as mentioned, at paiba-iba ng problema, paiba-iba ng challenges. So these are the good things na when you are in the film industry. Okay? But let me share with you, okay? Let me share with you now, what are the challenges? Ano naman yung challenge natin kapag pinag-uusapan natin dito ay nasa industriya tayo ng film and entertainment. So these are the things, no? So aspiring safety officers there, especially those who have not worked in a entertainment industry environment, ito ang parang warning ko sa lahat, no? Kailangan yung ma-overcome to, kailangan yung matutunan to how to adapt with this environment. Number one, it's a highly charged environment. Fast-paced, mabilis. Okay? Mabilisan yan. Fast-paced. May deadlines palagi. Hyper ang mga tao. No? Masasabi ko minsan, toxic environment. It goes with the demand of the job. No? So it's this job actually, if you work in this kind of environment, highly charged environment, for the faint-hearted, yung mga onion skin, feeling ko, i-ready nyo na yung mga sarili nyo na with this kind of environment. Especially you, who you, sasabihin sa'yo, di ba? Sino ka para makialam doon sa gusto naming shoot, no? Which I'll go to the next. You have to get to know the people in the set. Okay? You will be the new kids on the block if you are the safety officers deployed in a taping, in an event, in a shoot, no? Remember, we are waiting for the Eddie Garcia bill also after the accident of then Mr. Eddie Garcia, and everybody's actually talking about occupational safety and health after that, no? And now we have the JAW as a requirement for our COVID safety. So lahat magkaroon ng safety officer, no, sa kada production unit. But this is just my thought on this. Actually, is that this is the time wherein the showbiz industry, the entertainment industry, is starting to realize the importance of safety. And if a newbie safety officer, baguhan na safety officer, ilagay mo sa isang set. Okay, ang tanong diyan, who you, no? Sino ka? Sino ka para pakialaman mo yan, na pagbawal mo yan, etc. Kanina na Engineer Dennis, it is important that you are appointed by your chief operations officer, your president, or the highest in the organization, because kailangan mo dito to exercise some sort of authority. So you need safety leadership, no? Kailangan kilalanin ka ng, kaya nga officer, di ba? Kaya nga ang pangalan niya, safety officer, no? You should be followed, you should enforce, you should be respected, you should come with authority. But in the entertainment industry, okay, ang kailangan maintindihan, saan ka mag-fit? Okay? You have my production manager, my executive producer, associate producer, down to the production assistants. Then you have your directors, director for technical director, those things. Ang papasok sa organization na yan, okay, yung role, yung safety officer as a person on the set. Okay? So my tip is that, okay, earn respect. Okay? Earn respect from your colleagues there, because it will take some time before people will start to recognize you and the importance of a safety officer on the set. Number 3, you need to know a lot of things. Okay? Ang tingin ng marami sa safety, no, as you know it all, it's very dynamic environment, no? Marami kang kailangang matutunan, no? COVID safety na lang, COVID and health safety. Okay, you have to know all of the COVID virology. Ikaw, para kang medical personnel, para kang doktor, dapat naiintindihan mo yan, di ba? Naiintindihan, you need to understand that. You have to understand that COVID is a health hazard, okay? And when it comes to health hazard, the only important thing that you need to understand the risk is understanding the virology of COVID. So dapat intindi paano ba kumakalat yan. So if you are to implement COVID safety, I will tell you, you have to read, you have to not only just attend training, you have to read a lot of training manuals, and you have to study protocols. For example, biglang nag-testing kayo, biglang nagkaroon ng isang positive na asymptomatic. How do you deal with that? Ano ang protocol? Kailangan mo bang i-retest yan? Kailangan mo bang dalhin sa ospital yan? Kailangan mo bang self-isolation lang? How do you deal with the close contacts? Kailangan mo bang i-retest? Kailangan mo bang i-report? Etc. No? So, all of these things to all our dear participants are just some of the challenges that I want to tell you when it comes to COVID. And sabi ko nga, COVID is just one health hazard or hazard that we deal. When we start to deal with stunts, special effects, underwater taping, you'll be, and minsan uulan ba lahat, no? So you need to learn a lot of things. That's the challenge. And the last here is mission impossible, no? Lahat ng imposible pagagawa sa'yo. And ito yung delikado. I want to emphasize this, that with being a safety officer in the film industry, okay, the film industry tries to recreate accidents, tries to recreate explosions, no? That will give you injuries, mass casualties, deaths, etc. So they try to recreate danger. No? So I call this fictional danger. In doing so, while doing the recreating the fictional danger, okay, you should not confuse it with the real danger. So dapat, yung mga bagay na yan, you do special effects, di ba? This will entail a lot of study by subject matter experts. So sabi ko nga kanina, dapat all-knowing ka. Hindi lang to dapat na masabi mo, pagka hindi mo alam, medyo kabig ka muna ng kaunti. Call a friend, ask experts, read. Okay, wag marunong. Alam natin yan, pagdating na sa safety, there is no monopoly of knowledge. And again, I want to also mention na for new safety officers now working in the world of tung pandemic natin, please remember that you are working only on one hazard for now, which is COVID. Okay? There are so many hazards. You should know, like fire safety, electrical safety, working at heights, chemical safety, all of these things. Kaya nga sabi kanina ni Engineer Dennis, yung ang itatake dapat ng isang safety officer for the film industry is a 40 hours course, not the SO1 course, which is 8 hours. Okay, there are technical aspects of safety that you should know. Okay, all right. So ito yung highlight ng aking presentation: how to be a good performer as a safety officer. As mentioned, I drafted this practical tips, for the safety wannabes who would want to be a safety officer in this field, in the entertainment industry. Number one, you have to be competent in order to be confident. Kakasabi ko lang kanina, dapat jack of all trades ka. Alam mo yung COVID safety. Later on, you'd be asked, paano pag meron kaming susunugin, pasasabugin na sasakyan? Kailangan ba ng permit? Kailangan may fireworks kami, paano gagawin dito? Of course, okay? That is covered by another standard, for example. That is covered by the Fire Code of the Philippines. So pag magpa-fireworks ka na hindi holiday season, you have to get a special permit. Diba? Ang daming kailangan alamin. So you have to be in tune with all of the standards that you should comply with. And being competent, is also to gain respect of the people around you. Sabi ko nga kanina, wag tayong magmamarunong. Pag hindi natin alam, it's good. It will not harm us if we will say we don't know as of now. I will study on it. Okay, I'll get back to you. Okay. Be competent in order to be confident. So, jack of all trades, continuous training, continuous learning, and try to get as many upgrades of your technical competencies as much as possible. Okay, number 2, okay, be proactive. Di ba may kasabihan tayo, be quiet on the set, no? And I will try to say na don't just be quiet on the set, no? Not literally, no? Be quiet on the set. You have to be proactive. As a safety officer, you should see a lot of things, no? Ito na yung tinatawag sa tinuturo sa boss, di ba? Yung HIRAC, hazard identification. No? Dapat makita mo yan. Okay? At pag nakita mo yan, hindi ka dapat tatahimik, hindi ka dapat mahihiya. Kaya sabi ko kanina, you have to know the people there in the production. Kanino mo siya isusumbong? Kanino mo siya sasabihan? Kanino mo siya sasabihin? Di ba? Kanino mo i-coordinate? No? So don't just be quiet on the set. You don't be just an audience or a spectator. Kung kailangan manita, kailangan maninita tayo. Okay? Kung hindi nakamas, magsabi. Okay? Kung mayroon tayo nakikita hazards, if you see something, say something. Okay? Gawa natin ng paraan. Okay? Let's not be a mere spectator. Ang pagkakaiba, okay, yung iba ang tingin nila, pagka sinabing nag-hire ng medic, yun na rin yung safety officer. Okay, medyo tignan natin. Okay? Ang medic, ang emergency medical technician, will just watch for whatever accidents that will incur injuries, no? But if he is also a safety officer, okay, hindi lang siya responsive, hindi lang siya reactive, okay? He should watch hazards and he should correct hazards, no? So yun yung difference, no? So tanongin nyo, you have a medic, is your medic also your SO? And if yes, dapat, okay, hindi lang siya doon nanonood siya ng isang basketball game and wait for injury and rush if ever there are injuries, no? So you have to be proactive. Next is you have to embrace safety, no? Ang pagka-safety officer ka, dapat malalim ang hugot mo, no? Hindi lang yung trabaho, hindi kasi in-appoint ako pinag 40 hours ako na si safety officer. Ako na si SO2, no? Pero makita mo nung umuwi hindi naka-helmet, 'di ba? Pasaway sa daan. I think you are not hindi pa naka-ingrain sa iyo ang qualities of a good safety officer, no? Hindi lang 'yan trabaho, it's more than a job, no? Hindi lang trabaho 'to. You should be an advocate, malalim, may hugot. Safety is 24/7. Okay, may tinatawag kami na off the job safety. Paglabas sa trabaho dapat the safety button is still on. Hindi ino-off 'yan. Paglabas sa trabaho, ika nga walk the talk, hindi lang acting. Okay? So that's how to be effective, and that's how to gain respect also by being a good role model sa ating mga employees, no? Whenever we enforce something. Okay, next. Related to this, no, being a safety advocate, you should be a safety influencer. Ayan, di ba? You should be an influencer. And we know how an influencer in social media would be effective. He has good communication skills. Di ba? He has good communication skills. Very creative, and you should do that also. Kaya nga, kanina, sabi ng ating kaibigan from the Department of Labor, kailangan mo ng 2 hours na train the trainers because you need to communicate well all your safety programs, all your risks, okay, all your interventions. And I would like to mention here the word risk communication. Dapat magaling ka to communicate the risk. And just an example, yung ating mga spokesperson, for example, sa DOH, is one example who is good in communicating our risk. As a safety officer, you should drive the message. You should make them aware that there is a risk when we do this. No, ako as a risk communicator, I simplify things. When I discuss COVID safety, tatlo lang sinasabi ko. Remember the 3 C's, di ba? Ano yung risk natin pagdating sa COVID, no? Close contact, crowded places, ano pa? And confined space. Simple. Remember the 3 C's. Ito na tatandaan nyo. Sabi ko sa studio, nasa 3 C's ba kayo? Yes. Diba? Nasa confined area kayo. Bawasan nyo yung tao, bawasan nyo yung crowding, bawasan nyo ang close contact. So, what I'm saying is that we should adapt ways to be creative in order to relate to your audience. No, good risk communication, and the end goal of being a safety influencer. No, sabi nga, you influence is to have a good safety culture. Okay, is to have a good safety culture. How do you know that you have a good safety culture? Ang good safety culture is an environment wherein the workers will be compliant even without the safety officer na naninita. Okay. It starts actually with compliance. Ay, may naninita, may nag-enforce. Kasi required eh. Kaya kailangan mag-minimum health standards. Kailangan natin mag-physical distancing. Okay. But it should progress to the person doing it even without the supervision of a safety officer. Hindi lang minamandato. May acceptance na siya that I should accept my personal responsibility for safety. And a more mature safety culture in the organization is that we should all do it. Meaning, naninita lahat ng mga crew and staff sa production. Okay? Yung production manager, yung EP, naninita na rin yan. Hindi lang yung safety officer. So safety is everyone's responsibility. Dapat umabot sa ganon. That is your safety culture. Huwag natin asahan at isipin na ang safety officer lamang ang dapat nag-enforce. It should be all of us. Meron tayong acceptance for we're doing this because we need to be safe. Okay? Next is, sabi kanina, nitty-gritty of things. Attention to details. Okay? You should acquire that safety lens. Okay? I'll give you an example. This is my common example when I do my lectures. Pag nakakita ka ng kable, okay, kable ng ilaw, okay, sasabihin mo, ay, kable tingin mo dyan, okay? Sa lente ng isang safety officer, sa mata ng isang safety officer, anong tawag dyan? Okay, you call it a trip hazard. Makakapatid yan. Okay? At pag nakita mo yan, sa lente mo na makakapatid yan, hindi ka dapat mapakali. Okay? At hahanapin mo, sino ba ang technical dito? Sino ba yung cameraman? Sino ba yung lighting? Kumuha ng masking tape, i-plasta yan sa floor. Because if I don't do this, may dadaan dyan, you'll have a trip hazard. Okay? Attention to details. And it will take some time for you to have a safety lens. Okay? Isa rin, pwede bang safety officer ka na tapos you're doing another work? Okay? I discourage that. Because in safety, you should have attention to details. Hindi mo makikita yung mga detalye na kailangan mo makita kung meron kang ibang trabahong ginagawa. No? So ang safety officer sa isang shoot, sa isang taping, should be someone na may focus doon sa kanyang trabaho. Okay? It's good that you have SO1s na director, SO1s na producer, because they should understand safety. But we should have a full-time focus, okay, one person doing the safety check. Okay? Sabi namin, the eyes won't see what the mind doesn't know. Sabihin, pag hindi mo nakikita, pag hindi trained yung mata mo, diyan, hindi mo makikita yan. Okay? The eyes do not see what the mind doesn't know. Okay? While I say attention to details, I would also like to mention that while you do attention to details, like tayo, attention to details tayo sa COVID, no? Nakaganyan tayo sa COVID, no? Lahat, COVID. Ha, makalimutan natin. Okay? You can have electrical fires. You can pwedeng mahulog yung worker mo dahil nasa scaffold, hindi naka-safety harness. Okay, wag natin kalimutan yon. If you have a very focus sa isang hazard ngayon, as a safety officer, hindi. Okay, tignan mo. You have to have a bird's eye view. Or sabi nila, God's eye view. You see all hazards. Okay, you don't just focus on one hazard. Safe nga sa COVID. May nahulog naman, kepo. Diba? May nakuryente naman. Nagkasunog, nag-pyrotechnics. Hindi, walang fire extinguisher. Walang appropriate fire watcher. Sunog. Okay? So, attention to details yet. God's eye view. Okay, next. Flex, but be flexible. Ano sabihin dito? Flex, no? You flex your muscle. Okay? As a safety officer, isang trabaho natin na ayaw nila, ayaw ng production, okay, is nang mabraso tayo. Okay? But at a given time, at a given point, no? Sa simula, we have to be firm, no? We have to be very visible, we have to be consistent na we mean business. When I say minimum health standards, wear your mask, wear face shields. Kaya nga, napaka-importante dito yung safety leadership and support from management. No? Kaya nga may committee na may mention kanina, Safety and Health Committee, because it will be the committee who will dictate anong klaseng safety culture na dapat tayo. Dapat nare-recognize ng top management yan. Dapat sinusuportahan ka ng top management. Okay? Hindi yung para may safety officer, o sige, bahala ka na dyan sa baba. You should be recognized, no, as a contributor to the company by keeping your company safe and keeping away disruptions from your company. Kaya napaka-importante yung how do you enforce it, and safety and health policy is one document that you should have always, no? Ito yung bala mo for you to implement. Okay. Flex your muscles, medyo mag-enforce ka, but at the same time, you have to be flexible. Okay. Ito rin yung tip, no? Sa mga mag-shift from other industries to the entertainment industries as safety officers, my tip, kung sinabi natin stop work dahil may nakita tayong isang hazard, baka sa field industry, teka lang, kung hindi naman imminent danger, no, hindi naman mamamatay ang tao, hindi naman immediate danger yan. Okay? You have to also realize, and this is my realization in my career as a support. So suporta tayo, di ba? We should make sure that the set is safe, etc. We should be in support sa business objectives. And sometimes we have to be flexible, no? And we try to be adaptive, no, doon sa entertainment and film industry. May mga ginagawang delikado, pero hindi natin pwede gagawin, no? Bawal, sabi natin bawal. We should take some risk, and I call this calculated risk. And when you do calculated risk, it will entail you to have a good risk assessment of the activity. For example, stunts. No, you will do a dangerous stunt, but how do you permit that to proceed? And you only permit that scene na mag-proceed with a calculated risk. Ibig sabihin, naaral mo lahat. No, there is mitigation, there is emergency response just in case, those kind of things. So flex, matigas tayo, but be flexible. Huwag niyong kakalimutan to. Napaka-importante na ito. Otherwise, you won't survive. You won't survive in this industry. Sabihin nun, hindi kami matapos ng taping, pahinto ka ng pahinto. Okay? So, flexible in a way not to compromise safety, but be adaptive. Okay? Matatapos na tayo. Be accountable. Nako, kanina, minention 11058, DO198, minention yung JAW, no? Marami tayo, may Joint Memorandum Circular 5-20-04. Aba, kung safety officer ka, alam mo dapat yan, because you should know your compliance. Okay? And then during my mentoring of my safety officers, I tell them this, unahin nyo muna yung compliance dahil minimum requirement yan. Okay? Dapat hindi ka makulong. Dapat hindi tayo ma-penalize. Alam nyo dapat ang kailangan nyo i-comply. Okay? That's your minimum. That's your first job. Ensure compliance. Okay? First step. And you have to know your responsibilities, your legal responsibility, your moral responsibility, and your ethical responsibility. If it's not covered by legal, it's your moral responsibility to save lives, to help. So do it, no? As dictated by ethics and by being human beings. Okay? So accountability. Tandaan natin, ha? Okay. You must be accountable for all your actions there. Pwede ka makulong, pwedeng ma-penalize ang kumpanya mo, pwedeng may mamatay. No? Hindi ka man makulong, hindi man kayo ma-penalize, pero tandaan mo, pwedeng may mamatay. If you fail to do your job, you have your moral and ethical responsibility. Last tip ko sa inyo, actually, is to respond to a crisis. Okay? Sabi ko kanina, safety can be two things. No? Dalawa nakikita natin pag safety. Yung isa, the one who just responds. Yung medic, yung EMT. Medic! Di ba? Tatawagan kung may injury. Yun yung isang line ng safety, reactive safety yun. Pero hindi tayo ganoon, di ba? Pagka proactive safety, okay, as a safety officer, you will see both, no? How do you be proactive? And how do you make sure that when you react, yung emergency preparedness mo, swak na swak, kumbaga, all bases covered. You respond to a crisis. For example, nagkaroon ng positive sa isang taping. What is your response? Diba? Kabisado mo dapat yan. How do you isolate? Ano ang mga rules mo for isolation? Who to call? Kanino magre-report? Kanino mo ita-transport yan? Saang ospital mo ita-transport yan? Okay, you respond with a good contact tracing. All of these things, no? And sasabihin sa'yo, naku, hindi natin pa pwedeng i-quarantine or i-isolate dahil kailangan natin matapos yung taping, no? Dito na papasok yung pagiging analytical thinker natin and problem solver. You have to be, sabi ko kanina, you have to be adaptive. You have to be innovative. No? You must be able to help production in solving their problems. You have to be a good analytical thinker. No? Hindi lang basta, nakasulat dyan, yan. No? Okay? And in doing so, you should know a lot of things when you try to solve things. No? But in crisis also, you have to be decisive and act fast. Okay? Hindi ba pwedeng hindi ko alam eh, 'di ba? Hindi ba pwedeng wala akong sagot diyan eh. In a crisis manager is effective when he can respond fast accordingly with appropriate responses and solutions. So, respond to a crisis, be decisive, act fast, be a problem solver. And okay. And this is my last slide. So, kung tatanungin niyo ako whether ano ba ang role ng safety officer? Para mas maintindihan natin. Nilagay ko siya sa konteksto ng pelikula. Okay? Dalawa lang yan, no? Kontrabida at bida. Okay? Kontrabida at bida. Pero ang tingin sa safety officer is kontrabida. Naalala ko when I was a young safety officer in this industry. Pag ako nasa studio, pag ako bumibisita ng studio, no? Ang sama ng tingin sa akin, no? Ito na yung kontrabida, no? Maninitan na naman to. But you have that kind of responsibility. No? You have that kind of responsibility to enforce. Okay? You have to be also a good compliance officer. What is written in the manuals, in the regulations, you have to make sure that you comply. No? So, ang tingin sa atin, kontrabida. Okay? Okay lang yan, no? At first, ganyan talaga ang tingin. But ang sinasabi ko kanina, you have to gain the respect of your colleagues in this industry. So, sa una, kontrabida ka, pero dapat, okay, ang tingin sa'yo, bida, okay? You should be more of a coach rather than an enforcer or a police. Hindi all the time namumulis ka. You should be a coach, no? For example, wear your mask. Tumatalsik yung laway mo, for example. Those things, you should educate. You should be an educator, no? As a coach, you motivate. Ako palagi yung sinasabi ang motivation ko. Let's do this together, no? If we have just one case here, pag naging complacent tayo sa mga ating minimum health standards, one case here means disruption. Walang taping, close ang studio, close ang, di ba? You have worries and additional costs for the production house. Okay? That's my motivator. My motivation is iwasan natin yung mga disruption. Because paano tayo makakabawi if we have disruptions from time to time? So, we have to be a coach, we have to be a motivator, and third, sometimes, ang tingin sa atin, we know everything. Ang tingin sa atin, expert. Palagay mo uulan, palagay mo itutuloy pa natin, palagay mo makakakuryente to pagka tinuloy pa natin dahil basa yung mga kable. Sometimes you are faced with that question by people in the production. And I'm telling you, pagka naghula-hula ka dyan, pwedeng may mamatay, pwedeng may makuryente, pwedeng may injure, no? So, ang tingin sa atin experts, and ang tip ko lang sa atin, the more you know, the better. If you don't know, ask. Okay? But you can save the day of people. You can be life savior. You can be a hero, actually. Bida ka dyan. Okay? And last but not the least, when you respond accordingly and you were able to save the person or prevent further injury, as an emergency responder, bida ka. Okay? So, eto yung roles ng pagiging bida. Coach, motivator, expert, and responder. Sa una, kontrabida. Pero ang role natin is to be bida tayo. Okay? Bida tayo sa ating production na tayo ay a safety officers. This is my last slide. Our goal as safety officers is to develop the safety culture. And this is me behind the scenes. our goal is to develop a safety culture. Uh, Sabi ko kala Chair Lisa and my esteemed colleagues or member of the panel, it will take some time. May learning curve. Hindi yung nag-SO2 training ka lang, then isaba ka dyan, you're good to go. It's not a plug and play thing. No? And creating a safety culture is not overnight. It will entail technical know-how, and it will entail the attributes that I've mentioned to you, okay, and it will entail patience. No? So your goal is to develop safety culture behind the scenes. With that, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I hope I gave you some insights that will enable a safety officer to do his job in the entertainment and film industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sir Martin. Maraming salamat. That was such an enlightening presentation because of all the. Syempre, a lot of safety officers now want to migrate into the entertainment industry because, of course, it's a very glamorous industry. It's a VIP industry, and they are not aware really of the challenges of our industry. Like the first thing you said was if you're onion skinned, di ba? Kasi nararanasan namin na minsan yung mga directors namin naghahagis ng upuan, sinisigawan ka and all that. But what's interesting now, Sir Martin, what's happening now with the industry is that a lot of us within the industry are beginning to take our trainings and going into SO1s and SO2s already. And that's across the board. You have people from either the cameraman, the sound person, even actors, even the PMs are beginning to take the safety training. And the sudden influx of safety officers within the industry, how will that help our industry, do you think?
Okay. As mentioned in my lecture, no, it's a welcome development, of course. Okay, and sabi ko nga, let's take this opportunity, this crisis. We see the opportunity in this COVID crisis na sinasabi ng maraming JAW, hindi lang JAW ng FDCP, DOLE, and DTI. And I've read a lot of JAWs because I've been helping a lot of industries na na-highlight yung role ng OSH officer. Okay? That every organization should have an OSH officer. So that's a very welcome development. The challenge is now is how do you become one? And I think this is the objective of this show. How to be technically competent, how to become a safety officer, what training, and what are the attributes there. So it will be, yes, it's yung safety, having safety officers in the film industry is quite new, but again, that's why we're here. Or me, I'm excited to be part of this history that we're doing. That we're like creating a safety culture. As I've mentioned, I like to use the term all the time. Creating a safety culture in the showbiz industry.
I think, yeah, I think it's quite helpful that most of us now are going into the safety training and being made, parang our eyes are opened. So not only like, for example, me as a talent or me as a technical director, I'm not only capable of doing my job as a talent or as a technical director, but I have a further understanding because now I'm also seeing things through what you said as the safety lens. And that does promote the safety culture if all of us across the board would actually implement that safety lens or that safety mindset, no? Wow. Thank you, Sir Martin. Thank you, Sir Martin. I'd like to call back in the rest of our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please welcome back FDCP Chair Lisa Dino, Engineer Dennis Aquino. We'd like to welcome back Sir Martin Aguda also, and our resident safety experts, Rico Santiago and Jeffrey Santos. We're going to be answering some questions from our viewers. Hi, everyone. How are you guys? Are you guys okay? Napaka-informative ang mga presentations natin ngayon. And I have a question from Toff about the mandated rules of the government. Sir Dennis, I will try to address this to you. Is there any governmental or legal backup in the that will back up the OSH personnel to assure that he is not ignored or pushed around when he is performing his duty? For example po, kung may isang tao po sa shoot namin na ayaw mag-comply, ano po ang magagawa namin instead of just reporting? Kasi hindi po kami police. We can't arrest him. Hindi po kami barangay tanod or anything. Anong magagawa namin immediately to address this person's non-compliance or ignoring the safety and health protocols?
Okay, so good afternoon again. Siguro, napakarami pong batas ang nagsasabi sa atin o nagbibigay, di ba? Sinasabi na sabi ka nga from the start, even in the 1987 Constitution, yung pagpapahalaga sa buhay ng tao, di ba? So, nag-ugat yun, pumunta doon sa Labor Code of the Philippines, PD 442, sinabi rin dapat meron tayong safety and health. So, actually, kung titingnan natin, it's not us. Hindi naman tayo yung safety eh. Hindi naman tayo yung we are being paid to be safety just to remind them para sa kanila, di ba? Even though wala tayo, they should perform safety. Di ba? Safety and health, I mean. Kasi once na sinita natin sila, it is for their hindi naman tayo yun eh. Para sa iyo yun. Like for example, you're riding a vehicle, sabi mo, mag-safety belt ka. Para ba sa akin yun? Para sa iyo yun, hindi naman para for the rest. But again, napakaraming libro or napakaraming ilan yung batas na masasabi nating mandato sa isang establishmento na magkamero ng mga safety and health officer, magkaroon ng hinggil ito para sa kaligtasan ng bawat isa. Not only even nga yung mga may-ari o yung owner ng production should also inculcate to them na dapat may safety and health, di ba? So nagising na yung isang industry which is I think yung construction. So ang ginawa nung board, kasi during the incident that happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago, all of this player or this owner, they don't know anything about safety and health. So ang ginawa ng board nila, bago ka mag-renew ng iyong license, particularly sa construction, you need to undergo this 40 hours training para hindi mo sabihin sa amin na hindi mo responsibilidad yung safety and health. Mandatos mo bilang owner ng company na pangalagaan yung kaligtasan at ng bawat isang manggagawa. In your case, the talent, the crews. So, they need to be safe. Kasi, na ayaw mo or ayaw mo namang ayaw mo umuwi kasi na putulang kamay mo, di ba? Mas lalong ayaw mo na uuwi ka sa bahay mo na nasa box ka. Di ba? So, alalahanin mo, ito yung isa sa amin doon, yung objective ng Zero Accident Program namin. Di ba? So, gusto mo, kung sa pamilya mo, buo ka, walang anumang karamdaman at wala kang anumang isa. That's basically developing, yung sinabi ni Sir Martin, that's actually developing yung safety, the culture of safety and health. Di ba? Ayaw ng pamilya mo na may kapansanan ka, ayaw ng pamilya mo. Uwi kang may sakit. Di ba? And again, as an owner, dapat it is also your shared responsibility. Hindi lang masasabi natin basta kumita ka doon. Kinakailangan mo pamanatiling ligtas at malusog yung mga gagawa mo kasi habang ka rin sa kanila eh. Hindi tatakbo yung negosyo mo. Hindi tatakbo yung film kung wala nitong mga actor at saka mga crew. So that's why you need to be safe, di ba? So and to start that, it is the culture nga yung sinabi kanina ni Sir Martin. Dapat may kultura among not only the owner but include the owner and the crew and the art, the talent. Even yung mga bata, dapat, bakit ba yan hinihinga ng permit bago mo i-allow na mag-perform? It's because they are also exposed to hazards. Di ba?
Yes.
Exposed sila. And it is one way of preventing them. Dapat pangalagaan mo yung mga batang yan doon sa kanilang mga parent. Di ba? Parang it is also a wake-up call para, oy, hindi para lang yan umarte. Tingnan mo yung kabuhayan niya. Tingnan mo yung magiging kinabukasan nila. Di ba? Just in case maka-encounter si them. So that's why you need also to be more concerned, not only on safety, but including yung health mo. Di ba?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Engineer Dennis. Go ahead, Martin. Sir Martin, go ahead.
Can I have a quick answer on that? The reason why, nakuha ko yung tanong no? Pag may makulit, anong gagawin mo, di ba? Ano mo yan? That's why you have to have, from the very start, no, a health and safety committee. You have to get management support. Ako, when somebody asks me, pwede ka bang mag-head ng safety? Tatanungin ko, kanino ko magre-report? Because kung ilalagay mo ko sa baba, I won't accept the job. No? I'm just fortunate that I work in big companies. So when they ask me, nag-a-apply, ang ina-applyan ko, safety director, executive level, sabi ko, huwag niyo akong ilalagay sa baba dahil hindi ako makaka-function. So get that leadership and leadership support all the time. Kaya you start with a safety and health policy. When you have a safety and health policy, dyan naka-angkla yung disciplinary actions mo ng HR. Kapag ang kadikit mo dito HR, pag makulit, di ba? What can we do to suspend that employee? Otherwise, wala kang ngipin. Okay? Let's not talk about batas outside. Tandaan natin to, empleyado natin to. If it is your contractor, meron tayong contractor safety management program. Before a contractor is even accepted as a contractor, they should comply. May sariling safety officer yan. Ako, pag may nakita akong tractor, umaakyat, 650 feet na antena. Pag nakita ko, nasipat ko sa aking telescope na walang baba, stop work. Okay? So internally, you should have your system wherein may ngipin yung ini-implement mo. Kasi mahirap talaga sa una pag wala. Tatawanan ka lang. Okay? So that's how and that your safety and health committee, kailangan ng backup. Dapat may backup tayo health and safety committee.
All right. Thank you, Sir Martin. Let's hear from the guys in the field who have been doing a lot of shoots now. Sir Rico and Sir Jeffrey, talking about the safety committees, who are the usual members that you have on the safety committees during the shoots? Rico, can we hear from you?
Yeah, it's usually the suppliers. They have their own safety officers. Well, when they set up, so we have an internal meeting first, right? And we talk about the safety of the event or the shoot, right? And the responsibility of their safety officers in terms of their people. A lot of times, kasi it's the safety, right? As a safety for the entire shoot, we oversee everything, but we also communicate a lot with their safety officer that would be there. So let's say the riggers have their own safety officer, so we tell them, we talk. O kailangan ko, ito yung gamit nyo. You gotta have the harnesses, you have to have the safety shoes, the hard hats, diba? This is how everybody has to wear them. So they inform their people, and we just follow up by monitoring them.
Okay, thank you, Sir Rico. Sir Jeff, yung sa experience mo, because you handle a lot of international shoots, di ba? Ikaw yung nag-handle ng shoot with Steven Seagal. Kasama ba siya sa safety committee? Sir Jeff, are you there? So, sino yung mga usually na kasama mo rin? Okay. All right, he's checking his headphones now. All right, so so that's interesting to see, like with the safety committees in terms of the suppliers, right? You have their own safety officers there, but even within the artistic team, Sir Rico, in your experience, or Sir Martin, do you have the directors in there, the PMs, in the safety committee, within the safety committee also, and do you discuss in detail your shots, your shot lists, etc.? If you can just shed some light on that.
Yeah, that's the ideal, no? Kasi mahirap makialam si safety officer just like that without knowing what will happen. Ano yung eksena? Ano yung mangyayari, no? Pero yung sinasabi ko kanina in my talk, you have to know a lot of things, no? And no one shoot is the same. No two events are the same. Magkakaiba yan. So yung tinatawag nating risk assessment, you have to do this every day kung kinakailangan. And for you to be effective dun sa inyong interventions, you have to check with the technical guys. Kausap mo director. Boss, paano ba natin gagawin to? Medyo delikado tong nakita ko. So, that's the best setup. Palagay ko ng isang safety management program is to include everyone. Hindi lang yan monopolize ng safety officer. You won't be effective. No? And you cannot just intervene because you will be intervening with so many things that you don't understand. Sabi ko nga kanina, wag marunong. Di ba? And having a director and your EPPM, I get the core team. Meeting tayo, anong kailangan nyo? Di ba? Paano namin kayo matulungan? That's how I do it. And then the ownership is there. ang technique dito, you let them feel, may risk tayo. So, mayroong co-ownership of the problem. Hindi basta-basta to. We must do something.
All right. Thank you, Sir Martin. Sir Jeffrey, can you hear me? You're good? So I just want to ask, in your dealing with like international projects and the international artists and actors that you're dealing with, how aware are they of their own safety when they're filming? Okay. So Jeffrey's still trying. We'll save that question for him. We're going to move on to the next question. Cherry Lisa, there's a question here. Actually, it's come up several times. Kung kasama rin po ba ang mga student films under the JAW? I think that needs clarification.
Yes. Well, since naririnig ba ako? So since
Yes po.
itong JAW is for industries, 'di ba? Pag yung ginawang protocols ng ating gobyerno is to help restart industries. Officially, ang covered talaga niya ay mga production companies. Pero yung guidelines on the safety and health ng mga student, the guidelines and the protocols must be followed by the student films na magsushoot. Pero in terms of liability, ayan, and this is, may OSH tayo dito, may DOLE. May help me clarify also. Pero alam ko, in my perspective, dahil nga students, clear naman yung coverage ng JAW. Production companies ang covered ng JAW. Workers ang covered ng JAW. So, yung mga student films natin na gumagawa rin, the JAW can be used as a guideline for them to follow so that they can also make sure that even if they're doing their student films, they're also employing and complying with the health and safety protocols for the protection of their of the people on the set or yung mga estudyanteng kasama nila, 'di ba? Sa ginagawa nilang mga shoots. Pero ayan po si Engineer Aquino. Mas mabigyan ng
Engineer, paano naman yung mga estudyante natin?
Okay, so again, masasabi ko dyan regarding, nakikinig ba ako?
Yes, sir.
Naririnig niya ako. Importante nga dyan, yung sinasabi natin, reiteration, yung registration. Kasi, basically, ang tinitingnan DOLE dito, yung mga registered. If you do not register, DOLE cannot do anything, could not help you. Diba? Kaya nga, nakita ko doon sa JAWMOA yung registration, I think it is share yung with the DOLE kasi DOLE should have known na there is a work activity that was been happening, di ba? Ganon din doon sa mga estudyante, if they will be shooting may sunog, dapat alam din ng TP yung they should get a permit. Di ba? Baka mag something hindi nila ma-cover kaagad. Yun nga, it is important na malaman, di ba? Malaman ng gobyerno para there is someone to be blamed later on. Kasi hindi mo ito ni-register, hindi mo binigyan, di ba? So doon papasok yung registration kasi We from Dole, hindi namin register, hindi yan naka-registered sa amin. So, anong gagawin natin? So, you just have to register free of charge naman eh. Di ba? Para at least makasama ka within the population. Kasi pagka parang parang wala kang dapat malaman ka ng gobyerno na there is something activities. Kami naman sa Dole, paano pa namin matutulungan? Siguro that's one way for you to be able to comply. Kasi you cannot enforce this standard if they are not registered. Di ba? Ayun yung mga experience ko. Ito mga yung usual violation na nakikita namin ng registered of the company. So, we need to pumasok ka sa amin. Di ba? For us to be able to enforce what is needed do sa company mo. In terms of students, siguro, a permit will do. At least inform the government that there is something happening here. There is an activity. Di ba? Para at least, pinayagan nyo or someone would allow them to conduct. Ang titing naman ng gobyerno, meron pa kayong mga ganitong safety officer, okay ba yung mga kinakailangan yung mga equipment or peripherals mga gagamitin mo. So basically yun yung marami hindi nakakakita nun. It is yung tinatawag namin, bakit we need to register? Diba? How do we know na establishmento ka? Ganon din po doon sa sinabi natin subcontracting. Doon sa subcontracting, ito yung nakita namin doon sa isang construction. Yung trabaho sinasab. Ilang linya ng subcontracting yun. And the Dole could not even police them kasi hindi naka-register yung company. So, bali, ang nananagot doon, ikaw yung production, main product, ikaw yung producer, ikaw yung mananagot mo wherein dapat ang managot ay yung subcontractor mo. Diba? So, that's the importance. Bago ka kumuha ng isang subcontractor, officer ka ba? May programa ka ba? Yung bang mga equipment mo is well-maintained? Hindi magbabag down na would create an accident to everybody. Yun yung maaring padaliin ng isang safety officer. Not necessary madaliin. Padaliin yung pagiging trabaho niya. Di ba? Kasi nga, pagka ikaw lahat ang titingin, mahirap talaga. Di ba? Even the Safety and Health Committee is the one that just implementing the program. Ano ba yung programa mo? Dapat may subcontractor safety and health tayo. Patingin nga ng programa nila, pag-aralan nyo. So, ang magiging checkpoint mo na lang konti, may safety officer ka. Yung safety officer will be the one responsible doon sa activity na gagawin mo. Not you. Diba? Monitoring na lang din ako. Okay ba yung equipment yan? Issuing. So, basically, kung ikaw ay nag-iisang safety officer, doon sa isang production, ay mahirap po. And you have this a lot of subcon, yung sa sounds, yung sa lightings, di ba? Yung how will you manage all of that? Mag-hire ka ng equipment, di ba? Who's responsible sa checking nitong mga equipment na to? Ikaw pa ba? Di ba? As a safety officer, nasa yung permit yan to operate. Yun na lang yung team mo. Di ba? So, basically, pag titingnan mo kanina yung presentation ni Sir Jamie, napakahirap. Pagiging safety officer, trabaho ko ba yun? Di ba? Para bang, pasang ko na yung mundo, di ba? And I think there is may way para malimitahan mo yung trabaho mo. Di ba? No, sabi ko nga, pagka may subcontractor ka, may safety officer, katabi ni Sir Rico kanina. Kasi, doon sa kanyang sinasab na trabaho, siya na yung responsibility doon. And again, para masigurado na, dapat naka-register din dito sa Film Development Council. Yung mga subcontractor, not only the producer, kasi paano mo siya mapupulis? May hindi naman yung membro. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
And
Thank you, Sir Dennis. Yes, Charlisa.
I want to add to the importance of registration. Recently, actually in the last 2 weeks, we have been receiving complaints and reports galing sa mga workers na merong mga productions ngayon na inaabot na naman ng umaga yung kanilang mga shoot hanggang 7 o'clock in the morning. Tapos yung isa, na-aksidente sila, kasi na-aksidente yung stunt woman kasi walang safety officer sa set. At actually, walang instructor na on stunts, parang expert on stunts. So, when they reported to us, and of course, we were coordinating with Dole, hindi nila alam kung anong pangalan ng production. Tapos, nung nalaman na nila yung pangalan ng production, hindi siya naka-register. Tapos, so ang hirap nilang hanapin, ang hirap naming itrack. So parang we are only as good as what we have. So we actually had to go the extra mile of really researching what is this company, hinanap pa namin sa Facebook para lang malaman namin na nag-i-exist ba tong company na to. Pero kasi yung mga workers natin, normally din, yun din, di ba? When they participate in a production set, normally, pupunta sila sa set para lang umarte, para lang magtrabaho. Minsan hindi nila alam anong production company ba yung pinagtatrabahuhan nila, sino-sino ba yung mga kasama doon sa production na yon. So, when something happens to them, they don't know kung kanino sila talaga magsusumbong. And kung sino yung mga tao na dapat na i-report namin para maibigay namin sa Dole. Kasi ang Dole din, correct me here, Sir Engineer, di ba, sa regional offices kasi naka-assign kung saan yung jurisdiction nung pinag-shootan, doon yung regional office na pagre-reportan. Kung hindi natin alam kung saan yung address, yung main address, nandun tayo sa set, hindi natin alam talaga yung address ng pinaka-production company na mismong nagpapashoot, di ba, or nagko-conduct ng shoot na yon. So, napaka-komplikado talaga ng film industry, kaya kailangan talaga sa ganitong sitwasyon natin, importante talaga ang registration kasi doon lang talaga natin makikita kung paano natin, how can we help these productions and also the workers, how can we also help them pag may mga ganitong klaseng situation.
Thank you, Charlisa. So that's basically the initiative and also the advantages of registering your film or your shoot or your production. Even if you are just a student film that you are shooting, you are still gathering for a purpose. You are still undergoing audiovisual activities. So it really is beneficial for you to register because it's free anyway.
And it only takes 10 minutes, literally. My team is here to tell you how quick it is for you to write that registration. You only have to fill up, I think 2 pages na yung health and safety declaration na nga namin, checkbox na lang. Hindi na siya form. It's just a checkbox in addition to the registration form itself. You just have to write the name of the workers who are part of that. In 10 minutes, you will receive, or at least within the day, you will receive that endorsement. Walang fee, walang kahit ano. It's really just so that you can also cover and protect yourself. Kasi meron ding, of course, I don't know kung that was discussed kanina, but syempre, ang goal natin is talagang sana lahat magko-comply dito sa ginibigay. Gabi na daw, dyan yung balot. Okay, kuya. Ayun po. So, register. Okay.
Yes, please register. And if you're going to have the time to go outside, buy some balut from that guy outside. Ang ganda ng boses niya kahit na naka-mask, no? So there's another also question here that I'd like to address about the monitoring of all the guidelines benefits while you're on the set. I'd like to address this to our SOs in the field and the people who are actually there on the set. Who does the monitoring that specifically on the required number of work hours? Because that seems to be the trend nowadays, as Chair Lisa said. People are going overtime again. Now, whose responsibility is that on the set to actually declare that you have to stop after a certain number of hours? Is that the safety officer's role to remind the production manager? Jeb, would you like to answer that? He's shaking his head. Oh,
Uh, I don't think it's the safety officer's mandate na magdikta kung anong ano yan eh, responsibilidad na ng production manager yan eh. It has to be the EP and the production manager who has to put their foot down when it comes to working hours. Kasi as a safety officer, pag nag-extend sila, extend ka rin eh. Hindi ka naman kapag nagtrabaho sila tapos ka na dahil nakuha mo na yung 12 oras mo. It doesn't work that way. If they continue working, you continue working. So it's not up to the safety. The safety officer might remind for safety purposes na baka po hindi na makapag-perform ng maximum effectivity yung mga tao natin kasi pagod na o puyat na. He could probably do that, issue some suggestions, but for him to be able, like what Sir Martin said, flex, baka hindi. It wouldn't be as effective as opposed to ang magdedesisyon is the EP or the director himself or the PM.
okay, thank
Can I
you. Thank you, Sir Jeffrey.
Can I
Go,
add
go
to
ahead, Sir
that?
Martin. Okay. Si
Yeah.
engineer muna, sir.
All right.
So
Go
when
ahead,
you talk
engineer.
of yung exceeded the number of time, I think it will be applicable for those who are regular worker kasi they have some sort of other benefits yung sinasabi natin. Overtime, differential allowance once it is in the evening. Okay, and I think the one that responsible for that is not the safety officer. So tama yung sinabi ni you just reminding kasi kung overtime din sila, overtime din yung safety officer kasi you cannot perform your job without the officer on the specific project. So siguro it is the timekeeper na regular employee nung isang production. So doon papasok ngayon yung general labor standard nito, yung ano ba yung benefits nito, does it need to just to be by an overtime. So again, monitor din po rin yan ng DOLE, di ba? And for this artist, siguro they are just contractual and they are paid for a number of time, so they do not require may kontrata kayo eh. 'Di ba? Hindi pinakikialaman yan, but the one that is affected is the people surrounding this actress, which is yung mga productions, yung mga cameraman, lightman. So sila they are paid 8 hours. 'Di ba? Pag naglampas ng 8 hours, they expect something. 'Di ba? They expect something na ganito. And that is basically labor law standard na sinasabi natin.
Thank you, engineer. Sir Martin, you want to add to that?
Yeah, just a quick one. So it's not the safety officer's responsibility, but it's the responsibility also of the safety officer to check compliances. Meaning, yung mga dapat yan, sabi ko nga kanina, di ba, ang role ng safety officer is to check regular compliance. Kung sa palagay niya, 2 araw na nagpo 14 hours, 16 hours to, anong gagawin niya? And siya yung nakakaalam ng standards eh, di ba? So titignan niya kung saan yung reporting niya. Reporting ba siya kay production manager? Pwede niya i-report HR na may ano. So hahanapin mo dapat kung saan mo dapat i-course through etong mga deviations as recommended, especially now in COVID. We all know we should maintain our well-being, na hindi tayo puyat, etc. And we know that going overtime, 20 oras, 24 oras, I've investigated several incidents, accidents na may casualty, yung driver puyat, and nagkaroon ng casualty. So I think it's not yung I concur with Sir Jeff, no? Yes, but as oversight mo yan dapat, tinitignan mo yan, hindi ka dapat quiet doon, di ba? Meron ka rin dapat na reportorial internal reporting system mo sa kumpanya mo kung paano mo siya kinokorek. Sabi ko nga, do not be quiet on the set, especially kung ikaw yung nakakakita.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Martin. And I think that's all the time we have for questions today. I'd like to thank each of you so much for giving your time and your expertise, our resident safety experts, Jeffrey Santos, Rico Santiago. Thank you so much, Sir Martin Aguda, and Engineer Dennis Aquino. Thank you so much. And of course, the
Buti na lang
FDCP
nakahabol.
Chair, Lisa. Oo nga, buti nakahabol ka, Jeff. That one question you answered was very important. Thank you so much, Chair Lisa. Thank you so much for giving us your time and your expertise and shedding light on this really hot topic, on this really big concern, and this really good initiative from the FDCP that we're doing. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much to our panel. And that concludes our webinar for today. We would like to thank all our panelists for sharing their valuable insights, expertise, and their experience on safety and health in the workplace. Now, as our industry resumes to conduct audiovisual activities, the occupational safety and health or OSH officers have vital roles to play in keeping us safe and secure as our industry returns to work. So please cooperate with your safety officers, comply with the guidance and the suggestions and the protocols that your safety officers will be implementing. And again, to all our attendees, maraming salamat. We thank you for tuning in to this webinar. We hope you have learned a lot from our panelists. Should you have more questions, please let us know by answering the survey link that we are going to be putting in your chat boxes. But let's not say goodbye yet because wait, there's more. Meron po tayong mga giveaway na gagawin today. Now, since the pista ng pelikulang Pilipino 4 is fast approaching, we're giving away 6 free festival passes. All right? We are giving 2 passes away. For the lucky attendees via Zoom, we're giving 2 passes away to the lucky viewers via the Safe Filming Facebook page. And we're also giving 2 passes for free to 2 lucky viewers on the FDCP YouTube channel. Now, for our Zoom attendees, you have to just comment. We're going to be asking a couple of questions. All right. For our Zoom attendees, you just need to comment your answers on the chat box. And to our viewers via the Facebook and YouTube pages, you may comment your answers at the comment section. The first correct answer will get the free PPP Festival passes. So, unahan po yan. All right? So, once again, we are giving away 6 free festival passes, 2 passes to the Zoom attendees, 2 passes to the Safe Filming Facebook page, and 2 passes to 2 lucky viewers on the FTCP YouTube channel. Make sure you put your answers in the chat box if you're a Zoom attendee or on the comment section if you are on the Facebook or YouTube pages. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what our questions are. Okay. The question. Okay, multiple choice po tayo. Safe Filming is a program in partnership with the following agencies except A, the Department of Health, B, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, C, Department of Labor and Employment, and D, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Put your answers in the chat box or in the comment sections. The first answer would be correct, but you have to get the correct answers to 2 questions. Okay, so that's the first question we have. The Safe Filming. Safe Filming is a program in partnership with the following agencies except A, the Department of Health, B, the Film Development Council of the Philippines, C, the Department of Labor and Employment, D, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. So please type your answers in the chat box, in Zoom, or on the comment section on the Facebook page, or in the comment section on the YouTube page if you are watching the live stream right now, and you get to win 2 passes. So that's going to be That's going to be fantastic because if you see the selections of films that's going on, I'm very excited to see these films, and that's one thing that a lot of us are really looking forward to. The day that life might return to normal, that we can all go into the cinemas ourselves and watch movies, all together while eating popcorn sa loob ng sinehan. Pero as of now, we have initiatives, the FTCP has initiatives that will help you create your films, will help you, from end to end. That's from pre-production to principal photography to post-production. They have scholarship programs and they have funding for you to create your films. And they have been so busy putting together these film festivals that we will be able to enjoy from the safety and from the comfort of our own homes. So hindi pa magbubukas ang mga cinemas natin, pero yung mga pelikula pupunta na sa'yo. Yan ang pinakamagandang initiative dito sa FTCP, that we are bringing the films to you. Now, it's also important to acknowledge that the FTCP, with their scholarship program for the SO2, or the Safety Officer 2 training, which is, as you heard Sir Dennis po kanina during his presentation, that he says should be the minimal requirement for safety officers in the shoots. I think it's very important that if once you register or once you apply for these scholarships, that you not only take the training, but you also excel in the training. And if you saw Sir Martin's presentation earlier, the one thing that really is so important about the takeaways when you become a safety officer, right? Whatever level you may be, whether you're a safety officer 1, 2, 3, or 4, it's really important na katulad na sinabi ni Sir Martin Aguda, is that you walk the talk. You have to be a safety influencer. You have to, the safety button does not turn off just because you're off duty. And that, I think, is the hardest thing, the most difficult thing to be as a safety officer, is that you are constantly assessing risks. You are constantly monitoring the safety and health of not just yourself, but everybody around you. Yung mga safety officer po na nakilala ko, na lumalabas kami, for example, kung nasa shoot tayo, syempre we're all doing our jobs, no? But yung mga safety officers na nakilala ko, pati pagpunta sa grocery, nagre-risk assessment sila. So napaka-importanteng bagay that you have to walk the talk if you want to become a safety officer. Okay, I think we have the right answer here, and including the winner to the question. No winner yet. Okay, so okay, I won't announce. I won't announce the winner yet, but let's see the correct answer. To Safe Filming is a program in partnership with the following agencies, except A, Department of Health, Film Development of the Council of the Philippines, C, Department of Labor and Employment, and the correct answer is letter D, Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Yan po ang correct answer kasi except hindi po sila kasama sa Safe Filming program. And then do we have a second question? Of course, we're going to feed you the second question. So whoever answered D first, I hope you were first. You are lucky enough to get the first question correct. Pero may second question po tayo. Okay. We'll announce the winners later after we read the second question. Okay, the second question is, safety officers are required to undergo a prescribed DOLE Bosch training orientation or course. What level of safety officer are you after training for 10 hours? That's 8-hour orientation course plus 2 hours train the trainers course. Is the answer A, Safety Officer 1? Letter B, Safety Officer 3? Letter C, Safety Officer 2? Letter D, Safety Officer 4? I'll ask the question again. Now, the safety officers are required to undergo a prescribed DOLE and Bosch training orientation or certification course. What level of safety officer are you after training for 10 hours? That's the 8-hour orientation course and the 2-hour train the trainers training. Your options are letter A, Are you Safety Officer 1? Letter B, are you Safety Officer 3? Letter C, are you Safety Officer 2? Letter D, are you Safety Officer 4? Put your answers now in the chat box or in the comment section, please. So napaka-interesting yung mga specifics na kailangan na i-familiarize natin with becoming safety officers. You know, the familiarization of the labor code, and as well as the OSH. Not only that, but that's the training side of it, in terms of parang may training manual. Pero yung mga walang training manual na napaka-valuable na share sa atin with by Sir Martin Aguda is yung attitude ng safety officer, and also of course what to expect being a safety officer in the entertainment industry. Like he said, kung masa-starstruck ka, you won't be able to do your job. If you're quiet on the set but you are not proactive, then you cannot do your job. So it's so important that before you go into this, it's a big responsibility becoming a safety officer, simply because you are responsible for the safety of not only each individual on your set, on your project, in your shoot, but you are also responsible for creating the safety program, the safety protocols that everybody must comply. You must also be enforcing this. So napakalaking responsibilidad po yan to become a safety officer. But it's quite necessary today because safety is first and foremost, so that we can all go back to work safe and do our work safe and be able to go home at safe pa rin tayo. Okay, yeah. So guys in the YouTube channel, parang walang sumasagot. So YouTube channel peeps who are watching the live feed on the FDCP YouTube channel, please put your answers in the comment section. We are counting all those answers. You don't know if you get both. If you get the answers to both questions right, you just might be the winner of festival passes to this wonderful film festival that the FDCP is spearheading. Napaka-interesting po ng mga films sa pista ng pelikulang Pilipino 4. So, please put your answers in. Okay, so ready na ba tayo to know so we're going to give you the correct answer to what level of safety officer are you after training for 10 hours? That's 8-hour orientation course plus a 2-hour train the trainers training. Is it letter A, Safety Officer 1, letter B, Safety Officer 3, letter C, Safety Officer 2, or letter D, Safety Officer 4? And the correct answer is letter A, Safety Officer 1. SO1 po kayo pag nag 10-hour training course po kayo. That's the 8-hour orientation course and the 2-hour train the trainers training. SO1 po kayo, so the correct answer is the letter A. So while we're checking out the winners on each of the platforms that we are streaming on, I would like to welcome back FDCP Chair Lisa Dino, so we can have a chat on her initiatives. Chair Lisa, I'm so excited for the scholarship programs, the safety kits that you're going to be distributing, and I think this will really be a big help in the smaller production companies that are struggling now. What made you think of just creating this kit palang? What made you think of this, Charlize?
Kasi may mga nagre-register sa amin na 15 lang sila, tapos talagang maliit na production talaga. But dahil nga gusto nilang mag-comply and they wanna keep everyone safe, nag-register sila. Pero they really express na, naku, wala po kami talagang budget for these protocols. Kasi nga, yung gagawin yata nila is just a short film, but they really wanna comply. So, na-discuss ko agad sa team. Sabi ko, you know what? Kahit na simpleng, isang kit lang, di ba? Kasi kung ilan lang kayo let's say hanggang 50, that's enough. You have your thermoscanner. You can actually comply with the standards that is set by the JAO. So dun siya nag-umpisa. It started with one inquiry and now we've created a program out of it. And then for the safety officers naman, we've received a lot of requests for support because they are members of this they work for these production companies. They are very very small. Yung mga projects nila, mga AVP, mga ganyan, again mga short films, pero gusto nilang mag-comply. So isa yan sa mga matagal na namin gustong gawin. Dahil kahit kami sa FDCP, nag-take kami ng SO1 training. So I'm actually an SO1, di ba? Tama, bumasa ako, di ba? Sa team ko, tinatanong ko. I know I'm an SO1 officer na. So, di ba, why not make it available for those na nangangailangan? And ito, like I said, true to the spirit of what we want for the industry, we just want to help. We want to assist in any way that we could.
I think that's what the essence, like you mentioned, of these programs that you're implementing. I've had kasi naging SO1 na rin ako. I've been involved in a production which we conducted some shoots in the Manila area, and once we registered with the safe filming program, you're not kidding. It took 10 minutes, and within 20 minutes, I think, we got the endorsement letter already. Nagulat ako sa speed na parang na-send na sa akin, parang wow. And that's amazing because like if your initiative is to help everybody get to work safely, I really appreciate the lack of red tape. I really appreciate the expediency in which your assistants, like if I had any questions, I could literally just pick up the phone and ask the questions, and I would get answers immediately. And I'm also very tremendously thankful that this initiative is not just going to be helping the bigger production companies, but you're also thinking of the man on the ground, the very small production companies, because film is film. Our audiovisual productions, whether it's a short film, a music video, a TikTok video with your whole barangay, it's artistic expression. And I think these initiatives are keeping us safe while we still are able to be creative, while we're still able to do the jobs that we love to do. So that, I think, these are fantastic programs.
Yes.
Um,
And
and
meron kasi talagang may mga shoots talaga na ang liit lang. Let's say they want to do a documentary. So it's a 4-person team. Pero they want to make sure, pero yung mismong risk nila is because they are in a public space. So yung message nila sa akin na parang, share, oo nga no, at least we just have to think about shooting. Kasi may safety officer na mga hawi, yung safety officer ang magpo-protect sa kanila from yung mismong condition na ng kanilang shoot or yung mismong risk na nakapaloob dun sa mga shoots nila. So, yung mga ganon, we really wanna help extend support dun sa mga safety officers ng mga ganong klaseng productions. Kasi 'di ba, at least hindi na nila iisipin yung gastos na to get that certificate. Kasi medyo mahal din siya eh. Oo.
Well, that's great. I think we're ready for the winners now of the festival passes. Chalisa, if you could do the honor of reading their names, we're going to be flashing their names in the screen right now.
Okay. Sige. So, our pista ng pelikulang Pilipino for Premium Festival Pass winners are... So, sa mga winners natin via Zoom, BJ Layug. Winners via Facebook ay si Leonard Christian Rivera. And yung winner natin via the YouTube channel is Ariel Flores. Congratulations! You can watch 170 films on the platform starting October 31. We have 90 full-length feature films and 70 short films. Next. Okay. For winners naman ng ating second one, so via Zoom, we have Jerome Kaukian and Moises Malone. For the Facebook naman, we have Mary Jane A. Senate and Nina Potpot.
Yay! Congratulations to the winners. Wow, that's 170 films. That's amazing.
Yes. We have films from the different regions in the country. Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao is represented. We have world premieres of restored films like Markova, Manila by Night, which was banned during the 80s when it was shown. We have the restored version of it. We have Brutal of Marilu Diaz Abaya. We have Anak Dalita of Lamberto Avellana, which, grabe, napakaganda ng line. All the 8 national artists for film will have their own films represented in the festival. So, yung pa lang yun, wala pa yung premium films, pero sobrang exciting itong this year's PPP. We really felt the support of all of our producers.
Congratulations to all the winners, and thank you so much, Charlisa. Thank you so much for sharing your time with us and sharing always your wonderful energy and your undying commitment and tireless hard work to help us go back to work safely. Thank you so much, Charlisa.
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our safety and health orientation webinar for today. I hope you enjoyed it. I'd like to remind the winners that the FDCP will contact you in order for you to secure your premium passes for the film festival. I think it's going to be fantastic. And just the last few reminders, of course, we're going to be going online and sharing with you the best practices for the safe filming program. We have a schedule already laid out, so please subscribe to our YouTube channel, the FTCP Safe Filming page, and please visit the website and familiarize yourself with the FTCP programs, because they have a lot of good programs coming up that can help you if you are a filmmaker or an audiovisual worker, or if you're just interested in films. And my last reminder for you, ladies and gentlemen, is to please stay safe and stay strong and keep on working hard, but keep on working safely as well. And before you know it, babangon tayo lahat at babalik po ang mga industriya natin, especially the audiovisual industries. So maraming salamat po. I'm Jamie Wilson. I've been your moderator for today. And thank you for coming to the show. Thank you very much and good evening.
We thank you for attending the Safety and Health Orientation webinar or show, and we hope to see you in our next webinars. To know more about the Safe Filming program, you may contact us through our hotline 0917-SAFE111 or email us at safefilming@fdcp.ph. You may also follow us on our social media accounts, Safe Filming PH on Facebook and at Safe Filming PH on Instagram and Twitter, or visit our website www.safefilming.ph. Thank you everyone, and be sure to practice safe filming.